Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday, September 6th. I'm Patrice Sanders. You see all the red. We are in weather alert this morning. Let's get started with meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. She's got a look at the forecast and what's causing this weather alert.
Yeah, we've got our next front on the way, and that's going to result in showers and storms possibly this afternoon. But right now, we're already seeing that rain move across certain parts of the state. There is a flood watch in place for many areas, all of those areas shaded in green, and that runs through Tuesday afternoon. So about until 2 p.m., we've got the chance for heavy rain at times. That could lead to higher rainfall amounts. But right now, we're seeing the heaviest rain, those oranges and yellows, a little bit farther to our west. That's all headed our way, though, and it could have impacts on your commute this morning. We're starting with temperatures in the 70s over Towson. Winds at this time are calm, and it is a little bit muggy, which is expected across the rest of the state. We're seeing temperatures in the low to mid 70s, but expect highs in the 80s today. I'll break down the timing of the rain and impacts to your commute and just how hot it gets coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Taking a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. At this early hour, the roads are clear. Our drive times looking good. We're in the green across the board. 4:31 now in a city in crisis. The fall season is off to a violent start. A 13-year-old is hurt after a shooting in East Baltimore last night. He is expected to survive. This comes on the heels of a particularly violent summer in the city. It started with the deadliest June Baltimore has seen in a generation and ended with the deadly shooting of a Merville High School student on school grounds. This morning, we're hearing from the victim's football coach in an exclusive interview with Fox 45 News.
No one deserves what he got and how things happened on Friday afternoon.
17-year-old Jeremiah Brogdon, a football player for Mervo, was shot and killed Friday evening, less than an hour before game time at the school. Fox 45 News speaking with the team's coach, who says that he saw his player just moments after the deadly shooting.
Just trying to wrap our head around it. It's been tough. We've really been focusing a lot on sticking together. We've been focusing a lot on praying for his family. Jeremiah's family. We've been talking about the importance of just how precious life is.
Investigators said there was an argument after school in the parking lot and then gunfire. Police arrested another teenager who they say attends a different school. Now, Merville High School is announcing there will be a revised schedule to help transition students back to class after Friday's tragedy. Staff will return at the normal time today. Students are invited to lunch at 11 a.m. Counseling will also be available this afternoon. Then each grade will return with staggered start times tomorrow. Youth violence has been an all-too-common theme this year in Baltimore. On Memorial Day weekend, police say a 15-year-old shot 3 people at the Inner Harbor, killing a 17-year-old. A 15-year-old squeegee kid is facing murder charges in connection with the deadly shooting at a busy Inner Harbor intersection back in July. Then, in August, a 15-year-old girl shot dead on her front porch. Police believe a 9-year-old pulled the trigger. He's too young to face any criminal charges. This all brings us to our question of the day. Do you think that Mayor Brandon Scott is sending the right message to criminals in the city? So far, 98% of those who have voted say no. You can weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby will appear in court this weekend. Her federal trial exactly 2 weeks away. Mosby is facing 2 perjury charges and 2 charges of making a false statement on a loan application. All charges stem from her purchase of 2 homes in Florida. The first pretrial status conference will take place Wednesday afternoon. Her final pretrial status conference will happen a week after that. Her jury trial will begin on Monday, September 19th. Fox 45 News will have complete coverage of the Mosby trial. You can follow along both on air and on our website, foxbaltimore.com. U.S. senators are heading back to work this morning after a long Labor Day weekend. Still ahead, the efforts now to get last-minute bills codified. Plus, we are weather alert for the chance of flooding. After the break, meteorologist Jasmine Lomax lets us know what we can expect throughout the day. 4:34, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning and happy Tuesday. We are weather alert this morning as we're tracking heavy rain moving across parts of the state. There are flash or flood alerts across many areas, and those run through 2 p.m. this afternoon. So we're talking heavy rain impacting your commute and also as kids head back to school this morning. Coming up, I'll break down the timing of the rain and when we finally dry out in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Here is what is ahead for us on the morning, this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Gian Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, more migrant deaths confirmed taken by the swift waters of the Rio Grande. At least 9 drownings, another example of our ever-increasing border crisis. And the former head of Border Protection is going to be here to discuss this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. 4:38 now. Following the war in Ukraine, Russia will retaliate over a proposed oil price cap. That's according to a Kremlin spokesperson. The warning states that there will be retaliatory measures after the G7 agreed to the price cap, which caps the price countries are willing to pay for Russian oil. This comes as Moscow halts the flow of gas into Europe through the Nord Stream pipeline. That's a critical source of gas for Europeans. Western officials believe a cap is needed to slow Russian revenue. In your national news this morning, U.S. senators head back to work today for one final legislative push before the midterms. They'll tackle, among other things, a new bill keeping the federal government funded, in addition to an energy bill that Senator Joe Manchin demanded as a condition for supporting the Democrats' recently passed climate bill. With November just a couple of months away, Democrats are hoping to get other bills rolling, too, like codifying same-sex marriage, which has garnered some GOP support. Is Fox News going easy on Democrats? That's what former President Trump believes, claiming in a Truth Social post on Sunday that Fox reporters and hosts are giving the Democrats who appear on the channel, quote, softball questions. He also suggested he might be able to help Fox competitor CNN become more conservative. Trump often appeared on Fox News shows during his presidency. Some of the contributors on Fox criticized Trump's recent handling of confidential documents. Turning now to international news, Israel acknowledges an Al Jazeera reporter was likely killed by Israeli gunfire. Israel admits that there is a, quote, high probability that journalist Shireen Abu Akleh was likely shot and killed by an Israeli soldier during a military operation. An Israeli report into the incident indicated that no one will be punished for the killing of the Palestinian American. Israel had previously claimed she might have been killed by Palestinian gunmen, but the report did not include any new evidence backing up that claim. We are in a flood watch this morning as we could see torrential downpours in some areas. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax will be monitoring this weather alert all morning long. Plus, an interesting new take on autumn is coming to Dairy Queen. After the break, the new fall product hitting shelves this season. 4:41, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. 4:43, a consumer alert this morning. American workers appear to have the upper hand over employers. Unemployment is low and millions of jobs are open. The National Desk Angela Brown explains how the demand for flex hours is expanding to several industries.
When you think about remote work or flexible hours, you may think of white-collar jobs like in IT or an accountant. But now workers on the assembly line or in warehouses are demanding flexible hours, and in some cases, they're getting it. Amazon launching Family Flex last year. They say to give frontline employees more flexibility, allowing some to create their own schedule with anytime shifts. The Wall Street Journal reporting, logistics supplier Jodis said more than 110,000 hours of work have been done using the company's flexible shift program on a phone app called Shift. Career specialist Julie Balke says workers are gaining more control of their lives.
So it gives people options, flexibility, the ability to flex up if they need more hours, and the ability to flex down if they've got something going on at home that they have to manage. So even though it's not as flexible as work from anywhere, it gives people choices and options.
A recent survey from Future Forum tracking more than 10,000 workers found that 94% want to set their own hours, and flexibility ranks second, only to pay in terms of job satisfaction. And Gen Zers place a higher value on work-life balance. Flex Jobs found that 75% of Gen Zers say that workplace flexibility is the #1 employee benefit they are looking for.
So we are moving toward a place where by the year 2030, only 1% of the workforce is going to be boomers. And so you can't run a young workforce that's completely sees the world differently. You can't run them with a boomer mentality. And you can pound your fist on the desk all you want, but it's not going to work.
The fear for companies is that productivity will go down. Experts who are tracking our changing workforce, they recommend that companies do a test run of work flexibility and also compare quarterly financial reports before and after the switch. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
In other consumer news, it seems Dairy Queen is really falling into autumn. The company is rolling out its new fall blizzard menu, which comes complete with some new treats like the Cinnamon Roll Centers Blizzard. There's also the Reese's Take 5 Blizzard, which mixes Reese's peanut butter cups with pretzels and whole peanuts and a vanilla soft serve with some caramel. And then finally, oh, this might be my favorite, the Snickers Brownie Blizzard, which is packed with Snickers bar pieces and brownie bits. Now, if all of this isn't enough for you, the company is also releasing fall items that aren't exactly edible. Look at that. Like their blizzard-scented throw pillows, which come in 2 scents, cinnamon roll and right there, pumpkin pie. It is 4:47 now. We want to get over to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax as we are in a weather alert today. She's got the forecast.
Thanks, Patrice. Yeah, we're keeping track of rain moving across the state. Some areas are seeing heavy rain, and that could lead to flooding issues, and it could also impact your morning commute. We're starting off at 74 and rainy over Towson. Winds at this time are calm. And here's a look at the HD radar. Notice all of those areas in yellow and orange indicating that heavy rain. It's moving toward the northeast, so expect this as you head out for your morning commute. And as the kids head to school, make sure to send them with the rain gear. You'll need the umbrella, the rain boots, and maybe even the rain jacket as well. Notice temperatures across the state starting off in the low to mid 70s. Really not a bad start with those temperatures, but it's the rain that's our main concern. As we head into the afternoon, temperatures reach the upper 70s and the low 80s, keeping us below average, all because of that rain. It's all because of a cold front that's going to work its way across the state later today. Notice around 7 a.m. we're talking the chance for heavy rain across parts of the state, and this continues through about 2-3 o'clock. We'll get a brief break from the rain and we'll stay mostly cloudy, but then we'll have a few stray showers and storms as we head into the night. So make sure that you're staying weather alert. There could again be heavy rain at times. This continues off and on into Wednesday morning. You're looking at the chance for wet roads on your commute tomorrow morning. Then throughout the day, expect scattered showers. This continues even as we head into the evening. But once we head into Thursday, we're looking at a mostly dry forecast. There is an aerial flood watch in place for the city and areas surrounding. This runs through 2 p.m. We're looking at around 1 to 2 inches of rain widespread, but there could be higher amounts locally, and that's when we could start to see those flooding issues, especially for areas that are prone to flooding. Temperatures today reach the low 80s, 82 for that high temperature. Notice, though, our rain chances are highest right now. Those will start to decline as we head into the afternoon before rising again by the evening. We're in weather alert as we deal with the rain across the state today. Tomorrow, expect scattered showers. Temperatures stay in the 70s. Then we're back to warmer numbers heading into the weekend. 81 on Thursday, 83 on Friday, 84 on Saturday. After that, we'll stay in the low to mid 80s on Sunday with the next chance for a few showers. Heading into Monday, we've got another chance of rain with temperatures around 83. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Taking a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network as we look at our live cameras throughout the region. We see the slick roads out there. I drove in through some heavy downpours coming in, but everybody's moving along just fine. No issues to report. Let's get a check of mass transit. Here's Kurt Kroenke with the MTA. Hi, Kurt.
Good morning, Patrice. We're looking pretty good. Rain not affecting too many travels on the MTA at this hour. We've got train 505, however, on the Penn line of MARC trains operating with a 5-minute delay. And otherwise, we're looking good on the light rail link. Metro subway link on schedule, and we have on the light rail link on-time service at this hour. For the MTA transit team, I'm Kurt Kroenke.
Thank you, Kurt. The search continues this morning after 9 migrants were found dead in the Rio Grande. How a trip to Illinois may be the key for Texas Governor Greg Abbott to get the crisis under control. Plus, abortion access may become easier for military personnel, but some disagree with the move. The pushback the federal government is now facing. 4:50, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. 4:53 in national news this morning. Donald Trump's request to appoint a special master in the FBI search of Mar-a-Lago has been granted. The private attorney will act as a third party to review classified documents seized at the former president's Florida home last month. Trump's lawyers say they don't trust the Department of Justice.
This case is so politically charged that that Donald Trump's team doesn't want the Department of Justice to say, yep, we can use this, we can't use that.
The DOJ has argued that this is unnecessary since an internal team has already reviewed the material. Many expect federal prosecutors to appeal the decision. After a deadly week at the U.S.-Mexico border, officials are asking migrants to avoid illegal crossings to prevent future deaths. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins has the story from Washington.
A dangerous stretch of the Rio Grande River claiming the lives of at least 9 migrants attempting to cross into the United States illegally. Dozens more successfully pulled from the dangerous river currents. The amount of deaths prompting U.S. Customs and Border Patrol to release a statement asking everyone to please avoid crossing illegally. Critics blaming President Biden's policies for the deaths.
The most vulnerable people in the world are going to put themselves in the hands of criminal cartels that come to the greatest country on earth.
The first year of Biden's presidency saw a record 728 migrant deaths at the southern border. Former ICE Director Tom Homan saying death tolls have now reached 1,300, significantly higher than Trump or Obama.
It's not like somebody walks over and that's not how.
Exactly what's happening.
In an effort to get the president to pay attention to the crisis, Texas Governor Greg Abbott continues busing migrants to Washington, D.C., New York City, and most recently, Chicago. The big city mayor's furious with the move, demanding federal assistance, even though they are sanctuary cities that have vowed to protect migrants.
There could be a level of coordination and cooperation, but he chooses to do none of those things and instead tries to send human beings, not cargo, not freight, but human beings across the country to an uncertain destination. He is manufacturing a human crisis, and it makes no sense to me.
With Republicans criticizing the Biden administration for not doing enough, the UN now dubbing the U.S.-Mexico border the deadliest land crossing in the world, with 2022 on track to be the deadliest year on record. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
One suspect is still at large right now in Canada following a mass stabbing spree that left 10 dead and 18 injured. The 2 suspects are brothers. One was found dead on a native reservation. The attacks happened in an indigenous community in the surrounding area. Officials believe at least some of the stabbings were targeted. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is offering his condolences after one of the deadliest attacks in that country in recent memory.
Yesterday's attacks in Saskatchewan are shocking and heartbreaking. My thoughts and the thoughts of all Canadians are with those who've lost loved ones and with those who are injured. This kind of violence, or any kind of violence, has no place in our country.
Canadian authorities believe the remaining suspect is armed and dangerous. He faces charges of first-degree murder, attempted murder, and breaking and entering. Following the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, the federal government is taking steps to increase abortion access in states where the procedure is banned. The Department of Veterans Affairs will now offer abortions for veterans and their families in cases of rape, incest, or medical emergency. Now, this does bring up challenges in states like Texas, where an abortion ban is in place.
The only way we would find out is if a physician performed an abortion in a VA hospital and was subjected to a state criminal prosecution, and the courts would have to untangle all of the complications that I just quickly threw out here. I would not be surprised, but what someone would bring, probably somebody on behalf of the state of Texas, would bring a lawsuit to try to get a federal judge to block the VA from being able to do that. I think this is another one of the abortion-related questions that are going to have to work its way through the courts. No easy answers, no imminent answers.
The Texas Alliance for Life believes the VA's choice to allow exceptions to abortions is illegal. Abortion continues to be a protected right in Maryland. This past session, the state passed the Abortion Care Access Act. It ensures there are enough healthcare professionals to provide abortion care. Insurance is also legally required to cover abortions. House Speaker Adrian Jones is still looking to have the right to an abortion codified into the state's constitution. Senate President Bill Ferguson did not allow that push to move forward last session.
It's the first day of school for Harford County students, and rain or shine, students are returning. Coming up, we are live right here from Aberdeen High School with a look at how the district is preparing for kids to walk through these doors.
Carroll County students are heading back to the classroom in just a few hours. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, find out what to expect for this school year.
And you have the yellow light for your commute this morning as we deal with rain across the state. I'll let you know when the rain finally ends coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday, September 6th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We are weather alert this morning with an eye on potential flooding, too. In fact, we want to get right over to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. Jasmine, you were talking about the heavy rains that were coming through, and it looks like they're going to continue for a little while.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've got more heavy rain on the way. In fact, some areas, mainly to our west, so Frederick is actually looking at 1 to 1.5 inches of rain that's currently falling right now. You'll see the area shaded in green. That's for a flood watch. That includes Baltimore City and the surrounding counties. That runs through 2 p.m. this afternoon. So we're looking at the chance for heavy rain really through the early afternoon. Then things will become a little more spotty. But with that heavy rain, we could have some issues with flooding. Temperature starting off this morning, 74 over Towson with calm winds. It feels like 75, a little bit muggy, and that visibility down to 4 miles. So definitely make sure that you are staying safe on the roads this morning. Temperatures across the state are in the low to mid 70s. We'll see those numbers reach the 80s as we head into the afternoon. So as you head outside, you will want a rain jacket and an umbrella, possibly even the rain boots as we deal with the rain for much of the day. I'll break down when it finally ends, and I'll time it out coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jasmine. Taking a look now at your Lens Stoller traffic network, and you see the area cameras and exactly what you were just telling you about. Some slowdowns because of the rain there, slick roads, and also some debris on the roadways, too, because it did have a little bit of wind coming through earlier.
At this time, we do not know the source of the contamination, but I can assure you that we are working actively to determine the exact extent of the issue, identify the source, and resume the delivery of clean water to our residents in the impacted area.
Well, from the Live Center this morning, we're learning more about the boil water advisory in place for much of West Baltimore. DPW found the water was contaminated with E. coli during a routine test. West Baltimore is the only area under the advisory, but nearby jurisdictions can boil water out of an abundance of causes. Now, you can find a map of those areas on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com. DPW will distribute fresh bottled water with more distribution sites being set up today. We'll have that information for you as soon as the city announces it. Right now, the source of the water contamination still not clear, but DPW says it is not coming from wastewater treatment plants. Now, DPW says the impacted areas are continuously being flushed and water assessments are underway. Health officials say you should boil water for at least 1 minute and get rid of any stored water you may have had in your home. In response to all of this, Baltimore City schools say they are preparing meals off-site at 6 schools. You see those schools right there on your screen. Hand sanitizer and bottled water will also be provided for staff and students. And according to City Schools' website, these precautions will be in place until the issue is fully resolved. Now, in a tweet, Governor Larry Hogan says the State Department of Environment is assisting Baltimore in fixing the E. coli contamination. Fox 45 News, of course, is your back-to-school headquarters. And after a long Labor Day weekend, thousands of students are heading back to the classroom.
That's right. Harford County and Carroll County schools will have their first day of class today. Baltimore City, Baltimore County, and Howard County schools, they all started last week.
Yeah, and we have live team coverage for you this morning. Olivia Dance will be joining us from Carroll County, and she's got the umbrella out with the impacts the national teacher shortage is having there.
Yeah, it's a rainy day for students and our reporters out there. But we're beginning with Shannon Lilly, who is in Harford County, and the unique tactics to fill their teacher vacancies. Shannon.
Patrice, Tom, good morning. Yes, students are returning to the building here, rain or shine, after a long summer break. But for teachers and staff, the prep work has long been underway.
The start of the school year already underway.
It is amazing to finally have everybody back together.
For Harford County teachers inside Bel Air High School,
To look out and see all of our new hire t-shirts this morning, it's a pretty awesome feeling.
prepping for their students to walk through the door. More than 300 new hires are being welcomed into the district this year. Nick Sordillo, just one of them.
I'm looking forward to it for my own personal development and for the kids as well.
Despite the nationwide teacher shortage, a spokesperson with Harford County Schools says they're down to just 2 teacher vacancies. And Superintendent Dr. Sean Bolson says that puts them in a good place to start the year.
It's not a large number, but we have enough substitutes on standby should we need them to start the year, so there's someone in every classroom.
As for the new teachers coming in,
What we have in place is a lot more support for new teachers, a lot more training. I mean, we know that with more people coming in with conditional certification, that the support they get during the year just has to be ongoing, consistent.
and that support coming in the form of returning teachers, like Janet Oldewardle.
Oh, it's so exciting coming back. The energy in the room is amazing.
After a few years away, she'll now be stationed at Edgewood Middle School, supporting reading and language teachers across the county. There to help fill a gap.
I think that's why I'm here. My gut was like, it's time to jump back in. It's like an all hands on deck situation in our public schools right now, and the teacher shortage is very real.
Her message for students today?
We got this. We got this. We're going to work hard, and we expect them to work hard, but we've got some fantastic places we're going to be going this year.
A great message here this morning. Now, as for the bus driver situation, at last check, the district does tell us they are still down about 15 bus drivers. And so they are asking for your patience as parents. They say there may be some delays as they work through the kinks with routes. Of course, this weather could also impact transportation as well. Reporting live from Aberdeen High School, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Just like Harford County, Carroll County schools are feeling the impact of the national teacher shortage, and filling open positions is the main priority going into this new school year.
Olivia Dance continues our live team coverage from East Middle School in Westminster with how the district is combating the issue. Olivia.
Good morning, Tom and Patrice. Yeah, we're here at East Middle School, and in just a few hours, Carroll County students will be heading back to the classroom. As you mentioned, the district says their main priority this school year is making sure all positions are filled. Like so many other districts, Carroll County schools are also feeling the impact of the national teacher shortage. And as of last Friday, they still had 8 classroom vacancies, but I'm told they have someone focusing solely on employee recruitment. They're also dealing with a bus driver shortage, but the district tells me they have a plan in place to ensure that every student will be picked up today. And coming up in just a little bit at 6 o'clock, I'll be joined by the president of the Board of Education, who will give an update on what parents and students can expect this school year. Back to you.
Olivia, you mentioned that the district has someone solely focusing on filling those vacant positions. But beyond that, what else are they doing to address the teacher shortage?
Yeah, Patrice, great question. You know, I'm told that they're hosting job fairs, they're increasing their advertising, and they're also talking with students who in the past have expressed interest in teaching. For now, reporting live in Westminster, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Teacher shortages aren't the only vacancies school districts are facing. The lack of crossing guards in Anne Arundel County is putting students at risk. With start times no longer staggered, it's even harder to ensure that all crosswalks are being watched during the busy morning hours as students arrive at school.
I came out to shoot a video to show that there are no crossing guards. But of course, the first video I shot shows 2 children almost getting hit by a car.
It is definitely a concern to us, the hurdles that we are facing due to the start time changes.
A spokesperson for the Anne Arundel County Police Department says with the shifted schedule, the district is currently short about 50 crossing guards. More than a dozen educators and parents have officially filed an appeal against the new start times. Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters, and we're committed to investigating any problems your kids run into this year, from teacher shortages to a lack of bus drivers or crossing guards. Call our news tip line. It's right there on your screen. You can also send us an email or chime in with your concerns. looking up to the stars, the latest mission launching into space.
And we're keeping track of showers and areas of heavy rain across the state. I'll let you know how much we could see and when the rain finally ends coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Good morning. We are weather alert this morning as we deal with rain currently moving across the state. Some areas dealing with heavy rain at this time. So as kids head to the bus this morning, they will need the rain jackets and the umbrellas as that heavy rain falls across the state. But by dismissal, we're actually talking things becoming a little more scattered. I'll break down the timing of the rain and just how hot it gets coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Happening today, Senators Ben Cardin and Chris Van Hollen, they're speaking in Baltimore, highlighting why they say the Inflation Reduction Act will help neighbors. Baltimore Orioles will continue their series against the Toronto Blue Jays after yesterday's doubleheader losses. The Orioles fell to 4.5 games now out of that last playoff spot. And thousands of students will have their first day of school in our area. Harford and Carroll County schools will be welcoming their students back. We'll have live team coverage on this first day all morning long. Some major problems facing NASA's first moon mission in decades. We bring you up to date on Artemis. And taking a live look from the Inner Harbor this morning. We are weather alert because of the rain. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax will be tracking the conditions all morning long for us.
Well, turning now to your consumer headlines this morning.
Yeah, home prices, they're starting slowly to come down, but they're still much higher than they were last year. Overall, the price index has gone up by 10% in the first 6 months of 2022. FedEx is out with its holiday schedule for shipping deliveries, including some key surcharges. Some fees began yesterday. Now, for additional handling and oversized packages, peak surcharge periods begin Halloween, October 31st.
The U.S. snack market is seeing growth as Americans are choosing to snack more instead of eating a meal. Experts estimate the snack market rose to more than $150 billion this year, up $34 billion since 2017. Now, inflation does have snack prices getting higher, but that doesn't seem to be affecting demand.
4, 1.
Take a look at this. SpaceX launched its Falcon 9 rocket late Sunday night. The rocket is carrying another round of more than 50 Starlink internet satellites. It is the 6th launch by SpaceX this month.
Meantime, NASA's first moon mission in nearly 50 years was delayed for a second time this weekend after another dangerous hydrogen leak. The rocket needed to be rolled off of its launch pad to fix the problem. Another launch date is yet to be confirmed.
Well, we are weather alert this morning. I laid in bed when the alarm went off, listening to the rain, thinking, really, do I have to get up?
I got up because of the rain before the alarm went off. And then,
no.
And then just, one of those things where you just close your eyes for a second and all of a sudden, yeah.
All right, well, let's get over to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax because the rain's not going anywhere anytime soon, is it?
Nope, it is here for a few more hours, and we're actually starting to see some of that heavy rain get closer and closer to the city. So we are starting to see more areas with that heavy rain, and that's what could cause flooding issues. So as you drive this morning, be aware that there may be some ponding on the roads and make sure that you're driving safely. Do not drive across flooded roads. The temperature is starting off this morning at 74, and it's rainy over the harbor. You can see a few raindrops on our camera. Winds at this time are calm, and across the state, temperatures are mainly in the mid-70s. We are going to see these numbers rise, but not too much as we head into the afternoon. Much of the day will be rainy. Then tomorrow we've got more showers on the way, so soggy over the next couple days. But then heading into the weekend, it's actually going to be pretty nice. We'll stay mostly dry with rising temperatures. Notice around 7 a.m. we are talking heavy rain still possible across parts of the state. So as kids are heading to the bus, make sure that you are sending them with the rain gear, the umbrellas and the rain jackets. Things will start to quiet down as we head into the early afternoon. That's when the rain tapers, but there could still be a few stray showers, possibly a few storms as well. This continues into the night, so expect more rain possibly and a couple of showers as we head into Wednesday morning. The commute doesn't look as bad. We'll stay mostly dry with just the chance for some areas of light rain. Then as we head throughout the rest of the day, showers will be scattered. This continues even as we head into the evening, but Thursday looks to be a much drier day. There is a flood watch in place for Baltimore City and the surrounding counties, all of those areas shaded in green. Now, this runs through 2 p.m., so through that time, we have the chance of heavy rain. Today, temperatures reach 82. That is below average for this time of year. Again, much of the rain continues through the early afternoon. Then after that, things will become a little more scattered, and we'll have more breaks from that rain. Winds will be out of the north-northeast around 5 to 10 miles per hour. Keep in mind that we are in weather alert mode, and make sure that you keep an eye on the radar before you head out. Tomorrow, 78 for that high temperature, very low for this time of year, but we rise back to the 80s as we finish out the week. Heading into next week, we start with the chance for showers. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Let's get to the Lynn Solar Traffic Network now and look at our drive times. We're in the green at this early hour. Just be careful as you get out on the slick roads. Let's get a check of mass transit now. Here's Kurt Kroenke with the MTA. Hi, Kurt.
Hi, Patrice, and we do have on the light rail link a 15 to 20-minute delay this morning, and we've got on the Metro link on-time service from end to end. On the MARC trains, we've got train 403, that's a Penn Line train, operating with a 5-minute delay, and otherwise looking good on the MARC trains. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Kurt Kroenke.
Thank you, Kurt. Violence in Ocean City over Labor Day weekend. The search now for suspects and how you can help police.
Carroll County students are heading back to the classroom in just a few hours. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out what to expect this school year.
.522 and making your headlines this Tuesday morning. In Ocean City, police are looking for at least 4 men in connection with a shooting that happened just off the boardwalk.
Police say the shooting happened near North Division Street after a brief fight. Officers released surveillance footage showing who they believe the 4 suspects are. This was taken just after 2:30 yesterday morning during the busy Labor Day weekend. Anyone with information is asked to call Ocean City Police.
And the second week at the Maryland State Fair saw plenty of activity, including a report of some fights that were breaking out.
A fair official tells Fox 45 News there were some fights, but nothing too serious.
For the most part, it was mostly kids, and they were fighting, and the police got there and just broke them up. As far as I know, there was nobody hurt.
Now, Fox 45 News reached out to Baltimore County Police to find out if there were any arrests at the fair Saturday night.
Police did confirm, quote, several disturbances and an assault, but would not confirm whether or not any arrests were made. Police say the investigation into the assault is ongoing. A health alert for you this morning. September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month.
Prostate cancer is the most common non-skin cancer in men and the second leading cause of cancer deaths in men after lung cancer.
It has no early symptoms. Men can screen for the cancer through a blood test or a physical exam. Regular screenings can help detect the cancer before it spreads to other parts of the body. Treatments include surgery, radiation therapy, and active surveillance. The CDC recommends talking to your doctor about screening.
In your other health headlines, according to the CDC, suicide is a leading cause of death now in the United States. In 2020, an estimated 12 million Americans, the adults, seriously thought about suicide.
But how do we help those who have those thoughts? Jim Spywak with our Sinclair sister station in Salt Lake City sat down with one man who says saving a life completely changed his.
My life since that event has been all passion.
Joe Tuiana saved a total stranger from jumping off an I-15 overpass, and since, his life has taken a whole new direction.
It opened my eyes to really feeling for others.
When Joe saved that man's life, he did so by saying the same 4 words over and over again. Simply, I love you, bro, which is now the name of his initiative that will provide affordable access to mental health and suicide prevention resources specifically for dads.
And to be a partner with dads to help them grow and constantly fight to get better, to be better.
When we first talked with Joe back in February, we reported that there's no playbook to follow on how to save a person's life, and that caught the state's attention. They believe everyone has the power to prevent suicide, so they developed a playbook, and Joe helped create it.
Normal people, why not give them the tools so that they can know what to look for, the signs, what to say, where to turn to.
The playbook has 10 courses, all taught entirely on Instagram, that take about 5 minutes each, so people can be helped before they get to the point of standing on an overpass.
I don't think everybody needs that experience to save a life, you know. And so to be a part of the Live on Utah playbook creation and the I Love You Bro project, the future is a little bit more bright.
Harford County kids will be back inside these buildings today. Coming up, we speak with a school resource officer about safety and the change in terms of school policing.
Oh, and taking a live look from Towson this morning as we are on weather alert. Still ahead, meteorologist Jasmine Lomax letting us know when we will start drying out. 5:26 is your time.
has more on what we're expecting today, and we're talking about flooding.
Yeah, there is that potential for flooding, and that is why we are weather alert this morning. We're actually now seeing more areas on the HD radar with those oranges and those reds indicating that heavy rain, so it's becoming a little more widespread. With this heavy rain, we have the potential for high rainfall amounts. Some areas, including Frederick, have already seen around 1 to 1.5 inches of rain, and we expect more as this continues to fall heading into the early afternoon. Now, across the state, temperatures are starting off in the 70s, so really not bad with those temperatures, but it's the rain that you need to keep an eye on. Make sure that you are driving safely. It's all ahead of our next weather maker. We've got an upper atmosphere low pressure system, and at the surface, we've got a cold front that will lead to lower temperatures tomorrow. I'll break down the timing of the rain and how low those numbers get tomorrow coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Looking now at the Lynn Stoller traffic network as people are getting up and out, looking at our drive time, still looking pretty good in spite of the rain. So now might be the time to get out. Just give yourself some time and be careful on the slick roadways. Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters.
As Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Cecil, Kent, Frederick, and Howard County students all are heading back to their second week of classes. Carroll and Harford counties, it's day one.
For a complete list of every school system schedule this year, just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com. Now, students have been met with many challenges over the last few years, from the pandemic and online learning to school violence and shootings.
Now, we have live team coverage for you this morning. Shannon Lilly in Harford County with the safety precautions the district is taking there.
But we begin with Olivia Dance live from East Middle School in Westminster with how the district is handling post-COVID learning. Olivia.
Good morning, Tom and Patrice. Yeah, we're here at East Middle School, and Carroll County students will be heading back to the classroom in just a few hours. And this school year will feel much more normal for students and teachers. The district says its focus is on catching students up who fell behind during the pandemic and avoiding teacher burnout. Despite COVID, Carroll County schools provided in-person learning for 180 days last year, offering no virtual option. The district says it's provided extended learning opportunities for students since the summer of 2021, and they'll continue to offer that, as well as tutors for any students who fell behind. And coming up in just about a half hour at 6 o'clock, I will be joined by the Board of Education president, who will give an update on what students and parents can expect this school year. For now, reporting live in Westminster, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Well, as Harford County students begin their school year today, safety is top of mind.
And Shannon Lilly spoke with a school resource officer who says there's a shift happening in terms of how they police schools and respond to students in crisis. Shannon, what can you tell us about that?
Well, Tom, a lot of this shift is to really focus on mental health and awareness of mental health. You know, for a lot of these students walking through these doors today, the past few years have been unlike anything that we ever experienced. And while the district is overall a safe one, the constant change has led to some problems.
Yes, I can say there's been an uptick in altercations in schools. But like I said, I think that's a result of getting back and learning to be civil again. And one example I used was, if you take a fourth grader who has a fourth grade maturity level, you take him out of school for 1.5 years, he's back as a sixth grader who's on a maturity level socially as a fourth grader.
Yeah, and that was Senior Deputy Colin Mitchell with that point that you just heard from. He adds that officers are now being trained on how to best respond to those in crisis, especially for those who have a mental disability or illness and may respond in different ways. Now, another reminder, though, that school resource officers are inside these buildings and they are here to help you. So they are asking parents, if you do have any concerns, don't hesitate to reach out to your school resource officer. All you have to do is call the school and ask for the SRO. Reporting live from Aberdeen High School, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
In a city in crisis, a 13-year-old is hurt after a shooting in East Baltimore last night. Thankfully, he's expected to survive.
Now, this comes on the heels of a particularly violent summer in the city. It started with the deadliest June Baltimore seen in a generation and ended with the deadly shooting of a Mervo High School student on school grounds.
This morning, we're hearing from that victim's football coach in an exclusive interview with Fox 45 News.
No one deserves what he got and how things happened on Friday afternoon.
Well, 17-year-old Jeremiah Brogdon was shot and killed Friday night, less than an hour before the game time at that school. Coach Patrick Nixon says he saw his player just moments after that deadly shooting.
Just trying to wrap our head around it. It's been tough. We've really been focusing a lot on sticking together. We've been focusing a lot on praying for his family, Jeremiah's family. We've been talking about the importance of just how precious life is.
Investigators say there was an argument in the parking lot after school before the gunfire broke out. Police arrested another teenager who they say attended a different school.
Now, there will be a revised schedule to help transition students back to class after Friday's tragedy. Staff at Merville High School will return at the normal time today. Students invited to lunch starting at 11 o'clock, and then counseling will be available this afternoon. Each grade will return with staggered start times tomorrow.
Youth violence has been an all-too-common theme this year in Baltimore.
On Memorial Day weekend, police say a 15-year-old shot 3 people in the Inner Harbor, killing a 17-year-old. A 15-year-old squeegee kid faces murder charges in connection with a deadly shooting at a busy Inner Harbor intersection in July.
And then in August, a 15-year-old girl was shot dead on the front porch of her home, and police believe that a 9-year-old pulled the trigger. He's too young, though, to face any criminal charges.
Now, that brings us to our question of the day. Do you think Mayor Brandon Scott is sending the right message to criminals in the city? So far, 98% of those who have voted say no. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
5:36 from the Live Center this morning. The man charged in the abduction of a Tennessee teacher will be in court for a hearing this morning. The 38-year-old being charged with kidnapping and tampering with evidence in connection with the abduction. Now, officials in Memphis confirmed that a body was found yesterday after a large search. Police had been searching for missing teacher Eliza Fletcher since Friday when she was abducted during an early morning jog. It isn't yet known if the body that was discovered is that of Fletcher, heiress to Memphis-based hardware distributor Orgill Incorporated. Now, the suspect is being held on a $500,000 bond. He had already served time on a kidnapping conviction 21 years ago.
Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby will appear in court. We have the key dates just ahead.
Plus, we are weather alert this morning as some areas could see flooding. Still ahead, meteorologist Jasmine Lomax lets us know when we will dry out. Time now, 5:37 on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good Tuesday morning. We are weather alert as we prepare for heavy rain moving across the state and areas of flooding. We now have a flood warning in place for parts of Carroll, Howard, Frederick, and Montgomery counties. So that means there could be some ponding on roadways, and in low-lying areas there is the potential for flooding. I'll break down the timing of the rain and how much more we could see coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
5:40, and Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby will appear in court this week with her federal trial now exactly 2 weeks away.
Mosby is facing 2 perjury charges and 2 charges of making a false statement on a loan application. All charges stem from the purchase of 2 homes in Florida.
The first pretrial status conference will take place Wednesday afternoon. Her final pretrial status conference will happen a week after that.
Her jury trial is then set to begin on Monday, September 19th. Fox 45 News will have complete coverage of the trial. You can follow along both on air and on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Abortion access may become easier for military personnel, but some disagree with the move. The pushback the federal government is now facing.
U.S. senators heading back to work this morning after a long Labor Day weekend. Still ahead, the efforts now to get last-minute bills codified.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
A Kremlin spokesperson now says Russia will retaliate over a proposed oil price cap.
The warning states that there will be retaliatory measures after the G7 agreed to cap the price that countries are willing to pay for Russian oil. It comes after Moscow halted the flow of gas into Europe.
Now, in your national news, U.S. senators head back to work today for one final legislative push before the midterms. They'll tackle, among other things, a new bill keeping the federal government funded. Now, in addition to an energy bill, Senator Joe Manchin demanded as a condition for supporting the Democrats' recently passed climate bill. With November just a few months away, Democrats are hoping to get other bills rolling, like codifying same-sex marriage, which has garnered some GOP support. Turning now to your international news, Israel is now acknowledging an Al Jazeera reporter was likely killed by Israeli fire. Israel admits there was a, quote, high probability Shireen Abu Akleh was shot and killed by an Israeli soldier during a military operation. An Israeli report, however, indicates no one will be punished for killing the Palestinian American. Israel had previously claimed she might have been killed by Palestinian gunmen.
5:45 now. We are weather alert this morning.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, we have meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. She's busy this morning because of the heavy rains that continue.
Yeah, that's right. We're actually seeing more widespread heavy rain, and there are actually a few flood warnings in place for parts of Carroll, Howard, Montgomery, and Frederick counties, where there is the chance for up to 1.5 inches of rain to fall, and that could lead to flooding of streams, creeks, flood-prone and low-lying areas. So make sure that you're driving safely. Even if you're not in those areas, you still could see some ponding on roadways this morning. Notice all of the areas in orange and red indicating that heavy rain that continues to move toward the northeast, but it's going to continue for a few more hours. Just be prepared for rain throughout the day. Then tomorrow, we've got our next chance for scattered showers. So not done with the rain until we get to Thursday. We'll stay mostly dry. Heading into the weekend, we'll start to warm up and we'll stay mostly dry. Currently, we're sitting at 73 over Baltimore with winds out of the north-northwest around 6 miles per hour. Temperatures across the state are mainly in the 70s, so not much variation with those numbers. Most of us dealing with that rain. By the afternoon, temperatures reach 82, and we have that chance for rain today and tomorrow. Temperatures then only staying in the 70s. We stay mostly dry as we head into Thursday with temperatures starting to rise back up. We'll be in the 80s. So today, heading to about 7 a.m., we're still tracking that chance for heavy rain. This could impact your commute, and as kids head to the bus stop this morning, they'll likely need the rain gear. This rain starts to taper as we head into the early afternoon, but there is the chance for a couple of scattered showers and maybe even storms after that. Heading into the night, there will be another round of rain and the chance that could be heavy at times. But heading into Wednesday, things start to quiet down. You could be waking up to a few isolated showers on your morning commute and then expect more rain throughout the day. Not everyone will see rain tomorrow. It won't be as widespread as it is today. Then on Thursday, again, we're staying mostly dry, staying that way as we head into the weekend. Notice we've got a flood watch in place for most of the area, so all of the areas in dark green. And then that lime green box, that's where we have that flood warning, which runs through 11:30 this morning. High temperatures today reach 82. That rain continues through midday. Then it becomes a little more scattered after that, with winds out of the north-northeast around 5 to 10 miles per hour. Again, we are weather alert today, so make sure that you are staying up to date on the forecast and keep an eye on the radar before you head out. Wednesday, temperature is around 78, the lowest number that we've had in a while. Then we're back to the 80s on Thursday, 83 on Friday, 84 on Saturday. Heading into Sunday, we have our next chance for a few showers, followed by more rain heading into Monday. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. And taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, a lot of issues to report this morning. The major one, though, this is 70 right at Rogers Avenue. 3 vehicles involved there. So if you're heading westbound on 70, this is what you're going to experience. 295, 95 southbound, both very slow goes as there's some little fender benders along there. Also another accident on 140 out of Westminster, and then another one at 70 right near Frederick. So a lot going on out on the roads. Let's find out exactly what's going on in your mass transit. We have Kurt Kroenke with the MTA. Good Tuesday morning, Kurt.
Yes, indeed, Tom. Thank you. And we've got on the MARC trains a few delays on the Brunswick line. Train 872 has a 5-minute delay. And also on the Penn line, train 505 operating about 5 minutes late. Light Rail Link is operating with a 15 to 20-minute delay this morning. And on the Metrolink, we're operating on schedule. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Kurt Kroenke.
Thank you, Kurt. Well, back to school for thousands of Maryland students this morning. How a national teacher shortage is combated as kids are heading back into the classroom.
For a time, it seemed nuclear power was getting phased out, but new signs of a global U-turn. I'm Christine Frazan with a look at what's behind the change.
Well, making your headlines, Russia's war in Ukraine has taught the world a difficult lesson when it comes to oil. There's only one global oil market.
Attempts to cut Russia out of the global economy has proven difficult because so much of the world relies on Russia for oil and natural gas.
As Christine Frizzal reports, it's causing world leaders to take a new look at an old form of energy.
When it comes to turning toward alternative forms of energy, experts say solar and wind are good. But they simply can't keep up with the needs for oil and gas. At a time climate change has forced the world to reckon with the dangers of coal.
Many are interested in climate, many are interested in energy security. So you sort of get people to nuclear for different reasons, but you get them.
Maria Korsnick, who heads the Nuclear Energy Institute, says the pivot is occurring on a global scale. The European Union labeling nuclear energy as a green investment. While about 70% of energy in France is nuclear, Germany has led the way in shutting it down. Until now, with some signs it's considering a U-turn, especially with Russia's Gazprom set to cut supply soon, and much of the world wanting to punish Russia for its war in Ukraine. Here in the United States, a strategic shift as well. The just-passed Inflation Reduction Act is full of benefits for the industry, including tax credits for nuclear power plants and clean energy production. Still, experts say major changes will not be seen for years.
Nuclear power plant cannot build themselves overnight, and you literally cannot finish building it up and put it into use for at least 10 years.
Critics continue to speak out about the dangers of nuclear, with concerns rising right now in Ukraine around violence near Europe's biggest nuclear plant. And the lasting effects of nuclear disasters, like the one at the Fukushima plant in Japan in 2011.
Chernobyl was kind of a long time ago. Fukushima Daiichi was not. Isn't nuclear power also very dangerous?
You look at all the different forms of energy, and I'm a nuclear engineer, and I've been in the nuclear business for over 35 years, and it's actually the safest of all the different ways to mass produce power.
In the debate over global power and who should lead the way, nuclear power is emerging as a force to be reckoned with. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzal.
A federal judge grants former President Trump his request for a special master to review documents from his Florida home that were seized by the FBI. It authorizes an outside legal expert to examine the records to determine whether some of them might be protected by claims of attorney-client privilege or executive privilege. The Department of Justice says a special master is unnecessary, arguing officials had already completed their review of potentially privileged documents.
Following the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, the federal government is taking steps to increase abortion access in states where the procedure is banned. The Department of Veterans Affairs will now offer abortions for veterans and their families in cases of rape, incest, or medical emergency. Now, this does bring up challenges in states like Texas, where an abortion ban is in place.
The only way we would find out is if a physician performed an abortion in a VA hospital and was subjected to a state criminal prosecution, and the courts would have to untangle all of the complications that I just quickly threw out here. I would not be surprised, but what someone would bring, probably somebody on behalf of the state of Texas, would bring a lawsuit to try to get a federal judge to block the VA from being able to do that. I think this is another one of the abortion-related questions that are going to have to work its way through the courts. No easy answers, no imminent answers.
The Texas Alliance for Life believes the VA's choice to allow exceptions to abortions is illegal.
4, 1.
Take a look at this. SpaceX launches its Falcon 9 rocket late Sunday night. The rocket is carrying another round of more than 50 Starlink internet satellites, and it is the 6th launch by SpaceX this month.
Now, NASA's first moon mission in 50 years was delayed for a second time this weekend after another dangerous hydrogen leak. The rocket needed to be rolled off of its launch pad to fix the problem. Another launch date is yet to be confirmed.
Abortion continues to be a protected right in Maryland. This past session, the state passed the Abortion Care Access Act.
Now, it ensures that there are enough healthcare professionals to provide abortion care. Insurance is also legally required to cover abortions. House Speaker Adrian Jones is still looking to have the right to an abortion codified into the state's constitution. Well, Senate President Bill Ferguson did not allow that push to move forward last session.
It's the first day of school for Harford County students, and rain or shine, students are returning. Coming up, we are live right here from Aberdeen High School with a look at how the district is welcoming students back through these doors.
And we're starting the morning with rain. Kids will need the umbrellas and the rain gear as they head to the bus stop this morning. I'll break down the timing of the rain and how much we could see coming up in my full forecast.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this rainy Tuesday, September 6th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers. At 5:59 this morning, we are still weather alert, and you can hear the rain on the roof here.
That's right.
Coming down heavy at times, even potential flooding today.
That's right. We're looking out for that. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax will keep you updated throughout the morning, and that is the not so great part to all this rain.
No, unfortunately, for those who are going to be driving, you could be driving through heavy rain. So that's one of the things that we'll be dealing with this morning. And for kids heading back to school, we're starting the morning with rain, and that means a wet bus stop forecast. As you take a look at the HD radar, notice all of the areas of oranges and reds indicating that heavy rain that's been falling for the past few hours, and we expect more heavy rain as we head later into the morning. The dark green shading is for a flood watch that runs through 2 p.m. this afternoon, and there's also a flood warning now in place for parts of Carroll, Howard, Frederick, and Montgomery counties. That runs through 11:30 this morning. There is the chance for flooding of creeks, streams, low-lying areas, and flood-prone areas. Everywhere else, though, there is still that threat for ponding on roadways. Make sure that you are driving safe this morning, and of course, remember not to drive through flooded roads. Temperatures will gradually go from the 60s to the 70s to the 80s as we head into the afternoon. I'll let you know how hot it gets coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jasmine. Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network here, and we're still looking at the 3-vehicle accident. This is 70 westbound right at Rogers Avenue here. So if you're leaving Baltimore and headed toward Frederick, it actually is opening up because there was just one lane getting by. It looks like traffic is now moving past it 2 lanes. So some good news there, but a lot of other issues throughout the Baltimore region because mainly of the rain. Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. And after a long Labor Day weekend, thousands of students are heading back to the classroom.
Harford County and Carroll County schools will have their first day of class today. Baltimore City, Baltimore County, and Howard County schools all started last week.
Now we have live team coverage for you this morning. Olivia Dance live from Carroll County with the impacts the national teacher shortage is having there.
But we begin with Shannon Lilly in Harford County and the unique tactics to fill their teacher vacancy. Shannon.
Patrice, Tom, good morning. Yeah, students will be walking right through the doors behind me into their classrooms today for the first time after a nice long summer break. But for teachers and staff, the prep work for this year has long been underway. The start of the school year already underway.
It is amazing to finally have everybody back together.
For Harford County teachers inside Bel Air High School.
To look out and see all of our new hire t-shirts this morning, it's a pretty awesome feeling.
Prepping for their students to walk through the door. More than 300 new hires are being welcomed into the district this year. Nick Sordillo, just one of them.
I'm looking forward to it for my own personal development and for the kids as well.
Despite the nationwide teacher shortage, a spokesperson with Harford County Schools says they're down to just 2 teacher vacancies. And Superintendent Dr. Sean Bolson says that puts them in a good place to start the year.
It's not a large number, but we have enough substitutes on standby should we need them to start the year, so there's someone in every classroom.
As for the new teachers coming in,
what we have in place is a lot more support for new teachers, a lot more training. I mean, we know that with more people coming in with conditional certification, that the support they get during the year just has to be ongoing, consistent.
And that support
coming in the form of returning teachers, like Janet Oldewardle.
Oh, it's so exciting coming back. The energy in the room is amazing.
After a few years away, she'll now be stationed at Edgewood Middle School, supporting reading and language teachers across the county. There to help fill a gap.
I think that's why I'm here. My gut was like, it's time to jump back in. It's like an all hands on deck situation in our public schools right now, and the teacher shortage is very real.
Her message for students today?
We got this. We got this. We're going to work hard, and we expect them to work hard, but we've got some fantastic places we're going to be going this year.
A great message for students this morning. Now, as for the bus driver situation, we do know at last check that the district says that they are still down around 15 bus drivers. So they are asking for patience from parents this morning while they work through any kinks and even maybe some possible delays with routes. Of course, this weather could also impact transportation as well. Reporting live from Aberdeen High School, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Just like Harford County and Carroll County schools are feeling the impacts of the natural teacher shortage, and filling open positions of educators is the main priority going into this new school year.
Olivia Dance continues our live team coverage from East Middle School in Westminster. Olivia.
Good morning, Tom and Patricia. Like you mentioned, we're right here inside East Middle School. Students are going to be coming back into the classroom in just a few hours. And right now I'm joined by Kenny Kyler. He is the president of the Board of Education. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing this morning?
Good. A little wet, but good.
Yeah, at least we're inside, so we're staying dry. But let's just talk about this upcoming school year as far as any concerns and challenges that you have for students.
I think it's a lot of challenges in all the school systems. One, we're coming out of the pandemic times. We've been doing catch-up education. We've been doing other education with the kids, and hopefully, I don't want to jinx anybody, we're headed into a more normal year. We'll still be doing extra stuff for the kids to catch up. We'll be doing that for a long time, but it's exciting to see the schools open. Last year we had no virtual option, and we had all the kids in school, and that was a nice step. But hopefully this is a bigger step.
Yeah, I'm sure with even only having a partially normal year last year, some students still fell behind. So that'll be good to have more normalcy this year. As far as the national teacher shortage, we know that's impacting districts across the country. Where does Carroll County Schools stand with that?
I think we're in pretty fair shape. We have great HR, great superintendent. They've been working hard to get teachers. I think the Carroll County community and our school system helps attract teachers. It's hard. It's fluid. We'll have teachers that are elevated to assistant principal. That creates another shortage. A lot of things create the shortage. I think they've done well with it. And as far as the national shortage, I was surprised. I'm in construction. I'm not an educator, but last year was almost harder than the year before for educators and coming out of the pandemic. And I feel for them. They work a lot of hours. They're stressed. We've got great teachers here, and I hope we keep filling the spots. We don't see it as an issue in school today. We're close enough to full to keep the students smaller classes and all teachers in classes.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's safe to say that every student will have a teacher in front of them today?
Every school will have a teacher or possibly a permanent sub. Okay. And again, with 3,000 plus employees, somebody will be sick today. Somebody might slide on the road coming in. So it's always, again, that's very fluid. And our staff, HR, it's a tough job, but they're moving people around, make sure there's someone in every classroom.
Yeah, absolutely. It sounds like Carroll County School District, as well as so many other districts, are getting creative to make sure every student does have a teacher. But thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. I'm sure students are excited to get back into the classroom, so thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters, and we're committed to investigating any problems your kids run into this year, from teacher shortages to a lack of bus drivers or crossing guards. Call our news tip line right there on your screen. You can also send us an email or chime in with your concerns. A typhoon slams South Korea. Just ahead, details on the damage.
And we're keeping track of rain moving across the state. It is leading to flooding in some areas. I'll break down how much rain we could see and when it finally ends coming up in my full forecast. Good Tuesday morning. We are starting off with rain moving across parts of the state, and some areas already dealing with heavy rain that's been falling for a few hours now. We expect this rain to continue through the mid-morning. I'll let you know how long this rain lasts. We're also tracking flood watches across the area along with flood warnings. Those include parts of Carroll, Howard, Frederick, and Montgomery counties. I'll let you know how much rain we could see, and I'll time it out coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. A manhunt still underway this morning following a mass stabbing spree that leaves 10 dead and 18 others injured. What Canadian officials have discovered so far.
And it has been 200 days since Brittany Griner was sent to a Russian prison. Just ahead, how her plight isn't stopping Americans from playing basketball in Russia. 6:11 now on Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, one suspect is still at large right now in Canada. Another one has been found dead following a mass stabbing spree that left 10 dead and 18 injured. Two suspects are brothers. You see their images here. The attacks happening in an Indigenous community in surrounding area, and officials say at least some of the stabbings were targeted. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is offering his condolences after one of the deadliest attacks in his country.
Yesterday's attacks in Saskatchewan are shocking and heartbreaking. My thoughts and the thoughts of all Canadians are with those who've lost loved ones and with those who are injured. This kind of violence, or any kind of violence, has no place in our country.
Canadian authorities say the remaining suspect is armed and dangerous. He faces charges of first-degree murder, attempted murder, and breaking and entering.
More than 30 Americans are set to play basketball in Russia as WNBA star Brittany Griner passes her 200th day in a Russian jail. Last month, Griner was sentenced to 9 years in jail on drug charges. A week after her sentencing, Russia confirmed it was considering a prisoner swap with U.S. officials. The Women's National Basketball Players Association taking to social media asking for 500,000 signatures on a petition to bring Brittany home. In South Korea, thousands were evacuated as a typhoon hit southern parts of the country with heavy rain and strong winds. Large waves were seen crashing into seawalls, leaving flooded roads and broken fences in the aftermath. According to officials, one person died after being swept away while trying to evacuate. The typhoon has forced hundreds of flight cancellations, suspension of business operations, and school closings. This was the most powerful typhoon to hit the Korean peninsula in years.
Well, closer to home, heavy rain causing flooding across parts of the Northeast, including Rhode Island and southeast Massachusetts. In Providence, parts of 95 corridor were closed in both directions as crews were working to clear the clogged drains along the interstate. Yeah, the heavy rain comes after much of the country has dealt with severe drought conditions all summer long.
Well, this morning we are in weather alert. We've got meteorologist Jasmine Lomax joining us now. Fortunately, we're not seeing what they saw, but we've got rain coming through.
Yeah, they had just such heavy rain there. I remember seeing the pictures yesterday. Horrible what they had. Here we've got our own round of rain and heavy rain for some of us, but we're not expecting flooding to that extreme. Now, there could be some ponding on roads as you head out this morning, and we do have flood watches in place for much of the state running through 2 p.m. Right now, we're seeing some areas of orange and red indicating that heavy rain. That's continuing to move toward the northeast, but we expect this rain to continue later into the day. So expect rain and then showers tomorrow. They'll be a little more scattered. It won't be a complete washout for the day. Then heading into the weekend, we start to dry out and temperatures will get closer to average. 72 for the current temperature, and it is cloudy and rainy over Baltimore. Winds are out of the southeast around 6 miles per hour. Across the state, temperatures are in the 70s for most of us. Those numbers will reach the 80s as we head into the afternoon. We're actually looking at temperatures below average for this time of year, and that's because of that rain moving across the state. We've also got a cold front that's leading to this rain that will pass later today. Around 7 a.m., we're still talking that chance for heavy rain across the state. That continues into the early afternoon. After that, we'll stay mostly cloudy, but there will be the chance for a few stray showers and possibly storms, even as we head into the night. There could be areas of heavy rain at times, so be sure to keep watch on the radar. As we head into Wednesday morning, we are looking at the chance for a few stray showers. These will continue off and on throughout the day. Now, everyone won't see rain tomorrow. It'll be scattered. But as we head into Thursday, we are looking at much drier conditions moving our way. All of the areas in dark green are under this flood watch running through 2 p.m. And then the lime green box is for that flood warning. So that is for parts of Carroll, Howard, Montgomery, and Frederick counties. That runs through 11:30 this morning. And it primarily impacts streams, creeks, low-lying and flood-prone areas. For the rest of us, though, there is still that chance that we could see flooding, especially from the heavy rain. High temperatures today will reach the upper 70s and the low 80s. Notice our rain chances are the highest right now, and they'll start to drop as we head into the afternoon. Then by the evening, rain chances do increase. We've got the chance for a few storms later on. Make sure that you are staying weather alert throughout the day. Heading into tomorrow, 78 for the temperature with scattered showers. Then we're back to the 80s on Thursday, 81 for the high, 83 on Friday, and it looks like a nice and pleasant day with lower humidity. 84 on Saturday, 83 as we head into Sunday. That will be our next chance for a few scattered showers, and then the rain continues on Monday as high temperatures reach 83. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Now taking a look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, and we're seeing a bit of an increase in our drive times out there. 795 to 95 is now a 15-minute drive as more people are getting up and out on the slick roads this morning. Let's get a check of our mass transit. Here's Kurt Cronky with the MTA. Hi, Kurt.
Yes, indeed. We've got on the MARC trains right now a few delays, and on the Penn line, train 400 operating with a 5-minute delay. 872 on the Brunswick line operating with a 10 to 15-minute delay. On the Metro Link, we're operating on schedule from end to end, And light rail link has at least a 20-minute delay on the light rail link this morning. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Kurt Kroenke.
Harford County students will be back inside their classrooms today. Already we are seeing this parking lot fill up. Coming up, we speak with a school resource officer about safety in the building.
Well, if you have a cell phone, the police could use it to spy on you without a search warrant. 6:20 is the time.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 6:28 is the time on this weather alert day. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Yeah, weather alert because potential of flooding here. Heavy rains moving through the areas in waves, and it's causing some issues out on the roads. We want to get over to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax, though, to find out exactly how long this will last.
Unfortunately, we have a few more hours of the rain. It started earlier on. Many of us actually drove through that rain, and it's still continuing at this time. We're seeing those oranges and reds indicating that heavy rain. It's starting to push more toward the northeast, and that will continue over the morning. But we're still looking at the chance for rain as we head into the afternoon. That could lead to some issues with flooding. We've already got flood watches and flood warnings in place for certain parts of the state. The flood watch is in for Baltimore City and the surrounding counties. That runs through 2 p.m. We also have a flood warning in place for Carroll, Howard, Montgomery, and Frederick counties. So that runs through 11:30. Outside right now, temperatures sit at 72 over the harbor with winds out of the southeast around 6 miles per hour. Across the state, we're seeing temperatures in the upper 60s and the low to mid 70s. As we head into the afternoon, our temperatures will reach the 80s. We'll stay below average for this time of year, but we've got warmer numbers on the way heading into the weekend. I'll break down when the rain finally ends and what you can expect heading into the weekend coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Taking a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network here. A lot of issues throughout the Baltimore region, possibly from hydroplaning. We're not sure. A lot of one-car accidents like this one right here. 95 southbound right at Maryland 543 causing some backups. Just one lane getting by that left lane. So it looks like the 2 right lanes on 95 South still blocked as you see the emergency personnel taking care of that issue.
At this time, we do not know the source of the contamination, but I can assure you that we are working actively to determine the exact extent of the issue, identify the source, and resume the delivery of clean water to our residents in the impacted area.
From the Live Center this morning, we're learning more about the boil water advisory in place for much of West Baltimore. And DPW found the water was contaminated with E. coli during a routine test. Now, West Baltimore is the only area under this advisory right now, but nearby jurisdictions can boil water out of an abundance of caution. You can find a map of those areas on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com. DPW will distribute fresh bottled water with more distribution sites being set up today. We'll have that information for you as soon as the city announces it. Right now, the source of the water contamination is still not clear, but DPW says it is not coming from wastewater treatment plants. The DPW says the impacted areas are continuously being flushed and water assessments are underway. Health officials say you should boil water for at least 1 minute before consuming it and get rid of any stored water you may have had in your home. In response to all this, Baltimore City Schools says they'll be preparing meals off-site at 6 schools on your screen there. Now, hand sanitizer and bottled water will also be provided for staff and students. And according to the city's website, these precautions will be in place until the issue is fully resolved. In a tweet, Governor Larry Hogan says the State Department of the Environment is assisting Baltimore in fixing the E. coli contamination.
Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. Students have been met with many challenges over the last few years, from the pandemic and online learning to school violence and shootings.
Now, we have live teen coverage for you this morning. Shannon Lilly in Harford County with the safety precautions the district is taking on the first day of school for them.
But we begin with Olivia Dance live from East Middle School in Westminster with how the district is handling post-COVID learning. Olivia.
Well, good morning, Tom and Patrice. In just a few hours, these East Middle School hallways will just be filled with students excited for their first day of school, and this school year will feel more normal for students and teachers. The district says its focus is on catching students up who fell behind during the pandemic and avoiding teacher burnout. Despite COVID, Carroll County Schools provided in-person learning for 180 days last year, and they didn't offer any virtual option. Again, this school year will feel more normal, and the staff here just say they're excited for the students to get back, to have a great year. They will be continuing to offer extended learning and tutoring, though, for any students who did fall behind last year. For now, reporting live in Westminster, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. As Harford County students begin their school year today, safety is top of mind, both here and across the country.
In fact, Shannon Lilly spoke with a school resource officer on how they plan to make safety a priority. Shannon?
Tom, they're making safety a priority in a lot of ways. Of course, though, they want to start the school year off on a positive note. That's really what we're seeing so far, despite this rain. Some of these cars already filling up Aberdeen High School this morning. But law enforcement do have to be prepared for the worst case scenario. So in terms of any threats made online, here's how they will and have responded in the past.
We investigate all of those. We've had a few. In Harford County in the last couple of years, there was an uptick in that, but I can assure you there's a report done on every single statement, every single social media post.
And that was Senior Deputy Colin Mitchell you just heard from. He says parents, students, and teachers play a big role in this. Now, you should report anything that concerns you. He also says in terms of an active shooter situation that he believes Harford County deputies are ahead of the pack when it comes to training and preparedness. So here's his message for parents.
I would say don't worry. Every single SRO I know in Harford County would give their life for any one of these children in here. And that's the way we train in Harford County, and we're going to stick to that.
And another reminder that these school resource officers are really here for you. So parents, students, if you have any concerns, please do not hesitate, he says, to take those concerns to your school resource officer. They're available really at any time. All you have to do is call your student's school and ask for the SRO. Reporting live at Aberdeen High School, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
As Carroll and Harford counties return to class today, Baltimore City, Baltimore County, and Howard County students are heading back for their second week of classes.
Yeah, for a complete list of every school system's calendar, you can head to our website. That's foxbaltimore.com.
6:35 now in a city in crisis. A 13-year-old is hurt after a shooting in East Baltimore last night. Thankfully, he is expected to survive.
Now, this comes on the heels of a particularly violent summer in the city. It started with the deadliest June Baltimore has seen in a generation and ended with the deadly shooting of a Mervo High School student on school grounds.
This morning, we're hearing from that victim's football coach in an exclusive interview with Fox 45 News.
No one deserves what he got and how things happened on Friday afternoon.
I think 17-year-old Jeremiah Brogdon was shot and killed Friday evening, less than an hour before game time at that school. Coach Patrick Nixon, you heard, says he saw his player just moments after the deadly shooting.
Just trying to wrap our head around it. It's been tough. We've really been focusing a lot on sticking together. We've been focusing a lot on praying for his family, Jeremiah's family. We've been talking about the importance of just how precious life is.
Investigators say there was an argument in the parking lot after school before that gunfire broke out. Police arrested another teenager who they say attended a different school.
Now, there will be a revised schedule to help transition students back to class after Friday's tragedy. Staff at Mervo High School returned to the normal time today. Students, though, were invited to lunch at 11 o'clock this morning, and then counseling will be available this afternoon. Each grade will return with staggered start times tomorrow. This brings us to our question of the day. Do you think Mayor Brandon Scott is sending the right message to criminals in the city? So far, 98% of you have voted no. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Mariah Carey wants to be known as the Queen of Christmas. Just ahead why that title may not be so easy to secure.
We are on weather alert this morning as the rain continues to come down heavy at times, too. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax lets us know when we'll start to dry out.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
A near-perfect double rainbow brightens the skies near Chattanooga, Tennessee. Notice that with a double rainbow, the spread of colors are opposite on each band. Talk about a summer soaker. This very isolated and intense late-evening downpour was recently spotted in Alabama. And check out this shot of Mount Hood soaring over Trillium Lake in northern Oregon.
Follow the National Weather Desk on your favorite social media platform.
Happy Tuesday. We are off to a rainy start to the day, and as kids head to school, many for the first day, we are looking at a rainy start. That's around the bus time. Make sure that you are sending the kids with the rain gear. They will need that not just this morning, but even as we head into the afternoon. There is still the chance for rain and possibly a few storms. I'll break down the timing of the rain and how much we could see coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. As the school year gets underway, teachers across the state facing an uphill battle. Just ahead, Project Baltimore shows the staggering pandemic learning loss. Also ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, we explore tutoring services that are available to keep your child from falling too far behind. 6:41 is the time.
.43, it is back to school for students in 2 major counties in our viewing area today. Olivia Dan starts us off live in Carroll County. Olivia.
Good morning, Patrice. In just a couple hours, this hallway here at East Middle School will be filled with Carroll County students, and the district says their focus this year is ensuring that all positions are filled. Now, they do still have some teacher vacancies, but they say they have a plan in place. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear more about that plan. Plus, we're also speaking with the president of the Board of Education. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Olivia. Also today, Harford County schools will be welcoming more than 37,000 students back to the district for their first day. Shannon Lilly is live from Aberdeen High School this morning as students prepare to arrive. Shannon.
Tom, good morning. That's right. We are already seeing some students make their way into this building here behind me, and we're seeing this parking lot fill up a good bit here at Aberdeen High School. So this is all happening right here this morning amid all the rain. Now, of course, the start of the school year hasn't been without challenges. In fact, we know that Harford County has had to hire on 300 additional staff members to make up for those staffing shortages that are really hitting and plaguing the nation. But we do know that the superintendent is optimistic and says they are actually in a great spot to start the school year. Stay with us because in just about 15 minutes, we are going to hear from some of those new hires. We're also going to hear from some returning teachers and their message for students this morning. Now back to you.
Trending now, Mariah Carey wants to trademark the title Queen of Christmas. She says her hit, All I Want for Christmas Is You, should be proof enough. It is the most popular song of all time on the Billboard Holiday 100 chart. But there are two other singers, Darlene Love and Elizabeth Chan, who are challenging her request. They say Carey should not try to monopolize a holiday that is meant for everybody. Now, I do love All I Want for Christmas Is You, for sure. I like that song. I don't think you can trademark and just take that over.
Oh, see, I think she could. I mean, it's if she's the product that she's selling, her voice, right, in her song. So I think you could trademark that. I mean, you could say anything. Queen of Christmas.
But Darlene Love and Elizabeth Chen both were known as that before Mariah Carey ever came along. So
Wait, did they trademark it?
They did not.
Yeah.
But if she trademarks that goes to products too. So we can't say, you know.
Right. We wouldn't be able to say it unless referring to Mariah Carey.
No, I mean, I'm the Queen of Christmas in my house. So
there you go. You could say it in your house, but you wouldn't be able to use it in public domains. Yeah.
I'm going to post it on my FOX45 Facebook page that I'm the Queen of Christmas. So yeah, I don't think that she should be able to. That's too broad. If you want to be the Queen of All I Want for Christmas Is You, I just think it's too broad.
All right, and that may be the fight in the trademark. I mean, because it's state and national, federal levels are the ones that push that, and if they'll accept it or not. She could say it, she could request it, may not get it, but
we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Mariah.
Mariah.
All right, and Kristen, it's coming up. It's not so far.
Is. The Queen of Meteorology, though, is joining us right now.
I like that title.
You better trademark it now, then.
Yeah, I have to trademark that now. Well, we are starting the morning off with rain across parts of the state. We've been dealing with some heavy rain, and that's led to high rainfall rates. In areas to our west, there have been over 2 inches of rain. Now we're starting to see some of that heavy rain move more toward the northeast, and this will continue to happen over the next few hours. But notice still as we look south, there's more rain that's on the way, and we expect this to continue into the early afternoon. Even still after that, there's the chance for few scattered showers and possible storms. Then tomorrow, we're talking the chance for scattered showers again. So another day with rain, but it won't be a washout. Once we head into the rest of the week, we start to dry out and the weekend looks much better. 73 currently over Baltimore with rainy conditions. Winds are light around 3 miles per hour. Temperatures across the state are mainly in the low to mid 70s, pretty cloudy across most of the state, and many of us dealing with that rain. If you're sending the kids to school this morning, make sure that they have the rain gear. We're talking that rain continuing through 8 a.m. And even as we head toward dismissal time, we're still looking at the chance for a few scattered showers and storms. We don't expect things to be as widespread by that time. Temperatures then looking at the upper 70s and the low 80s. Just to time things out, around 7 o'clock, we're still seeing that potential for areas of heavy rain. And this continues as we head into the early afternoon. Now around 2, 3, 4 o'clock, we're looking at mostly cloudy conditions, but there could be a few stray showers and storms as we head into the evening and then into the night. There is still that chance for heavy rain again. That could lead to some higher rain totals and possibly a couple of issues with flooding. Heading into Wednesday morning, we're starting off with mostly cloudy skies and a few stray showers. This could impact your commute in the morning. You may be driving through light rain, but we don't expect things to be as widespread. Even as we head into the afternoon and evening, not all of us seeing that rain. Thursday does look to be mostly dry for the state, finally giving us a break. All of the areas in the dark green are under this flood watch running through 2 p.m. Areas in the lime green, including Frederick, Montgomery, Carroll, and Howard counties, are under a flood warning. That's where we've seen the highest total so far, and actually a radar estimated around 5 inches of rain in some parts of that polygon. Notice today our temperatures reach the upper 70s and the low 80s with more rain. The rain chances decline heading into the afternoon before rising as we head into the evening. We are in weather alert for that rain and the potential for flooding, so make sure that you are keeping an eye on the radar and staying up to date with the forecast. 78 for the temperature tomorrow with scattered showers. Then we're back to the 80s on Thursday, 81, 83 and close to average on Friday, 84 on Saturday. Then as we head into Sunday and Monday, we have the next chance for a few showers. Temperatures on both days will be in the low to mid 80s. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jasmine. 6:50 right now, and taking a look at your drive times around the Baltimore region. In the yellow, most likely because of all the incidents and all the red indicators throughout the entire Baltimore map. Unemployment very low as millions of jobs are open. Just ahead, though, the National Desk Angela Brown has a look at why workers have the upper hand.
And Pinkies Up Flyest will be in studio this morning to tell us more about their teas that will keep you energized throughout the school and work week. And if you can't wait for them to get in and all this rain is bringing you down and you need some energy, it is the perfect time for a coffee break. .654 now. Following the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, the federal government is taking steps to increase abortion access in states where the procedure is banned.
The Department of Veteran Affairs will now offer abortions for veterans and their families in case of rape, incest, or medical emergency. This does bring up challenges, though, in states like Texas, where the abortion ban is in place.
The only way we would find out is if a physician performed an abortion in a VA hospital and was subjected to a state criminal prosecution, and the courts would have to untangle all of the complications that I just quickly threw out here. I would not be surprised, but what someone would bring, probably somebody on behalf of the state of Texas, would bring a lawsuit to try to get a federal judge to block the VA from being able to do that. I think this is another one of the abortion-related questions that are going to have to work its way through the courts. No easy answers, no imminent answers.
The Texas Alliance for Life believes the VA's choice to allow exceptions to abortion is illegal.
Abortion continues to be a protected right in Maryland. This past session, the state passed the Abortion Care Access Act.
It ensures that there are enough healthcare professionals to provide abortion care. Insurance is also legally required to cover abortions.
House Speaker Adrian Jones is still looking to have the right to an abortion codified into the state's constitution. Senate President Bill Ferguson did not allow that push to move forward last session.
Trending now, farmers in the U.S. are pushing lawmakers to pass immigration reform.
They say the Farm Workforce Modernization Act will help with labor shortages while lowering food prices. The bill has already passed the House. So now farmers are calling on the Senate. Farmers say the bill would help them find and keep reliable workers by offering a path to citizenship for undocumented agricultural workers.
The labor shortage impacting the agricultural industry is contributing to rising production costs, causing higher food prices. It is not clear when the Senate will vote on the measure.
With unemployment low and millions of jobs open, right now workers have the upper hand.
From the national desk, Angela Brown joins us with the demand for flex hours extending to industries that you might not expect.
When you think about remote work or flexible hours, you may think of white-collar jobs like an IT or an accountant. But now workers on the assembly line or in warehouses are demanding flexible hours, and in some cases, they're getting it. Amazon launching Family Flex last year. They say to give frontline employees more flexibility, allowing some to create their own schedule with anytime shifts. The Wall Street Journal reporting logistics supplier Jodis said more than 110,000 hours of work have been done using the company's flexible shift program on a phone app called Shift. Career specialist Julie Balke says workers are gaining more control of their lives.
So it gives people options, flexibility, the ability to flex up if they need more hours, and the ability to flex down if they've got something going on at home that they have to manage. So even though it's not as flexible as work from anywhere, it gives people choices and options.
A recent survey from Future Forum tracking more than 10,000 workers found that 94% want to set their own hours, and flexibility ranks second, only to pay in terms of job satisfaction. And Gen Zers place a higher value on work-life balance. Flex Jobs found that 75% of Gen Zers say that workplace flexibility is the #1 employee benefit they are looking for.
So we are moving toward a place where by the year 2030, only 1% of the workforce is going to be boomers. And so you can't run a young workforce that's completely sees the world differently. You can't run them with a boomer mentality. And you can pound your fist on the desk all you want, but it's not going to work.
The fear for companies is that productivity will go down. Experts who are tracking our changing workforce, they recommend that companies do a test run of work flexibility and also compare quarterly financial reports before and after the switch. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
You can get Fox 45 News in a flash through your Amazon Alexa or Echo. We now deliver your local headlines and forecasts in less than 2 minutes. If you have an Amazon device, tell it to enable Fox 45 Baltimore.
A Como man survives 11 days stranded at sea. You'll want to stick around to see how he kept afloat.
A boil water advisory is in place for much of West Baltimore. We have new details on the warning and how this could impact you, even if you don't live in the affected area.
And we're tracking rain moving across the state. I'll let you know how long this rain lasts and when to expect drier weather coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, September 6th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to get right over to our meteorologist, Jasmine Lomax, as we're talking about weather alert. We see some traffic conditions going on because of the rain.
Yeah, it's just not the best situation this morning. There's still rain falling, and it's been falling for a few hours now. We expect it to continue for a few more hours still. We are seeing some heavy rain across parts of the state. It was a little more widespread about an hour ago. Now that's starting to move farther toward the northeast, and this will continue to happen as we head later into the morning. We're still tracking showers and a few more isolated areas of heavy rain. That's what's going to continue throughout the morning, so make sure that you're driving safely on the roads. Here's a look over Towson, and it is rainy and gloomy there. Temperatures sit at 73 with calm winds, but notice that visibility, that number is down to 4 miles. So again, make sure that you are driving safely. And if you do come across ponding, take it easy. And if you come across flooded roadways, make sure that you turn around. Temperatures are mainly in the mid-70s around the state, but we're heading to the 80s. I'll break down the timing of the rain and just how warm we get today coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
Good advice there, Jasmine, especially out on the roads here. And the rain is really causing some havoc all around the area. Here's 183. This is southbound coming out of Pennsylvania. You see that right at 137, where hydroplaning may be a factor. But 70 eastbound, westbound, multiple vehicle accidents there. 95 south of the city, 295. The Fort McHenry Tunnel now with accidents. 2 accidents happening right now on 140 coming out of Westminster and going right near 695. So a lot of issues throughout the area and a lot of cleanup underway. So take your time.
At this time, we do not know the source of the contamination, but I can assure you that we are working actively to determine the exact extent of the issue, identify the source, and resume the delivery of clean water to our residents in the impacted area.
From the Live Center this morning, we are learning more about the boil water advisory in place for much of West Baltimore. DPW found the water was contaminated with E. coli during a routine test. West Baltimore is the only area under the advisory, but nearby jurisdictions can boil water out of an abundance of caution as well. You can find a map of those areas on our website, foxbaltimore.com. DPW will distribute fresh bottled water with more distribution sites being set up today. We're going to have that information for you as soon as the city announces it. Right now, the source of the water contamination is not clear, but the Department of Public Works says it is not coming from the wastewater treatment plant. DPW does say that the impacted areas are continuously being flushed and water assessments are underway. Health officials say you should boil water for at least a minute and get rid of any stored water that you may have already had in your home. In response to all of this, Baltimore City Schools say they will be preparing meals off-site at the 6 schools you see there on your screen. Hand sanitizer and bottled water will also be provided for staff and students. According to City Schools' website, these precautions will be in place until the issue is fully resolved. In a tweet, Governor Larry Hogan says the State Department of the Environment is also assisting Baltimore in fixing this E. coli contamination issue.
Well, 7:03 now, and Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. And after a long Labor Day weekend, thousands of students are heading back to the classroom.
Harford County and Carroll County schools will have their first day of class today. Now, Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Howard County, several other counties, they all started last week.
Yeah, we have live team coverage this morning. Olivia Dance live in Carroll County with the impacts the national teacher shortage is having there.
But we begin with Shannon Lilly, who is in Harford County, and she has more on the unique tactics they're using to fill their teacher vacancies. Shannon.
Patrice, Tom, good morning. This is all happening right now as we speak. Students are walking through the doors here at Aberdeen High School. We just saw those buses pull away, but you can see this drop-off line here is still inching along, and this parking lot is really pretty filled up at this point. Now, of course, for students, this is their first time walking through the doors after a nice long summer break. But for teachers and staff, the preparation has long been underway.
The start of the school year already underway.
It is amazing to finally have everybody back together.
For Harford County teachers inside Bel Air High School.
To look out and see all of our new hire t-shirts this morning, it's a pretty awesome feeling.
Prepping for their students to walk through the door. More than 300 new hires are being welcomed into the district this year. Nick Sordillo, just one of them.
I'm looking forward to it for my own personal development and for the kids as well.
Despite the nationwide teacher shortage, a spokesperson with Harford County Schools says they're down to just 2 teacher vacancies. And Superintendent Dr. Sean Bolson says that puts them in a good place to start the year.
It's not a large number, but we have enough substitutes on standby should we need them to start the year, so there's someone in every classroom.
As for the new teachers coming in,
what we have in place is a lot more support for new teachers, a lot more training. I mean, we know that with more people coming in with conditional certification, that the support they get during the year just has to be ongoing, consistent.
And that support coming in the form of returning teachers, like Janet Oldewardle.
Oh, it's so exciting coming back. The energy in the room is amazing.
After a few years away, she'll now be stationed at Edgewood Middle School, supporting reading and language teachers across the county, there to help fill a gap.
I think that's why I'm here. My gut was like, it's time to jump back in. It's like an all hands on deck situation in our public schools right now, and the teacher shortage is very real.
Her message for students today?
We got this. We got this. We're going to work hard, and we expect them to work hard, but we've got some fantastic places we're going to be going this year.
And that is a great message for students, as right now they are walking into their classrooms here at Aberdeen High School and getting this school year underway. Now, as far as those bus drivers go, we do know at last check the district says they are still about 15 drivers short. So the superintendent did ask for parents' patience when it comes to working through the kinks with these bus routes. They said there could be some delays. Of course, this weather could impact that as well. Reporting live from Aberdeen High School, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thank you, Shannon. Just like Harford County, Carroll County schools are feeling the impact of this national teacher shortage, and filling up open positions is the main priority going into this new school year.
That's right. Olivia Dance is continuing our live team coverage at East Middle School in Westminster. She's got more on how the district is combating the issue there. Olivia.
Yeah, good morning, Tom and Patrice. Here at East Middle School, some of the teachers have already started to arrive, but the students are headed back to the classroom in just about an hour. And the district says their focus this year is making sure all positions are filled. Like so many school districts across the country, Carroll County schools are also feeling the impact of the national teacher shortage. And as of last Friday, they still had 8 open classroom positions, but I'm told that they have someone solely focusing on employee recruitment. They're also dealing with a bus driver shortage, but the district says they have a plan in place and that every student will be picked up today. And just a few minutes ago, I spoke with the president of the Board of Education about the vacancies, and this is what he had to say.
I hope we keep filling the spots. We don't see it as an issue in school today. We're close enough to full to keep the students smaller classes and all teachers in class.
Now every student will have a teacher or a permanent sub today for the first day. Back to you.
So, Olivia, I know that they have someone who is solely focused on filling vacant positions in that county, but what else are they doing to try to address this shortage?
Yeah, Patrice, great question. The district tells me that they are hosting job fairs, they're increasing advertising, and they're also talking with students who have expressed interest in teaching as well. But for now, reporting live in Westminster, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, teacher shortages aren't the only vacancies that school districts are facing. The lack of crossing guards in Anne Arundel County is putting students at risk. With start times no longer staggered, it is even harder to ensure that all the crosswalks are being watched during the busy morning hours as students are arriving at school.
I came out to shoot a video to show that there are no crossing guards. But of course, the first video I shot shows 2 children almost getting hit by a car.
It is definitely a concern to us, the hurdles that we are facing due to the start time changes.
A spokesperson for the Anne Arundel County Police Department says with the shifted schedule, the district is currently short about 50 crossing guards. More than a dozen educators and parents have officially filed an appeal against the new start times. Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters, and we are committed to investigating any problems your kids run into this year, from teacher shortages to a lack of bus drivers or crossing guards. Call our news tip line, the number there on your screen. You can also send us an email, or you can chime in with your concerns.
Well, check this out. An amazing story of survival. A Brazilian man floats in a freezer in the ocean for 11 days. Let that soak in for a second. He's in a freezer 11 days. There you go. And then he's finally rescued.
That is incomprehensible. Romaldo Macedo Rodriguez told Record TV that he was on a fishing trip in August when his boat sank off the coast of northern Brazil. As it went down, he saw that floating cooler and he jumped inside. Now, Rodriguez said that he had no food or water at many times, and sharks even were surrounding him. 11 days later, though, a group of fishermen found Rodriguez off the coast of Suriname, and he was treated at a local hospital. Amazing that that kept floating, for one, and water did not get inside and sink that. Officials, once he was rescued, they did detain him for a few days because he didn't have proper documentation. Maybe it was swept away. But he is now back home safely with his family. There he is, getting rescued right there. Brazil. My goodness. I mean, all right, so they make movies out of this, you know, I mean. Yeah, that's a movie Hanks, for sure. Yeah, and you've seen this a lot. You know, I mean, maybe he had a Wilson with him, kept him. Oh. Sorry. Well, can you imagine being in there with sharks? Just the sharks can smell you. What, did they not want to eat the whole cooler, you think? I don't know if they were like knocking the cooler a couple times too. I mean, there's so many in that like freezer cooler section, just to be able to find that and then going, okay, well, I'll get rescued soon. The boat went down. 11 days. 11 days. Oh my goodness. All right. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax is here, and we've got some rain. We're not battling sharks, though, so no, but we may want to grab a cooler or a freezer, though. Look at all the rain that's coming down. I know, we're talking about flooding. Yeah, we've just had rain for much of the morning, and it's still continuing to fall across parts of the state. Now, much of that heavy rain is moving toward the northeast, and it's looking like we'll be finished with the rain earlier in the day, the early afternoon. But still, through that time, we've got the threat of flooding across parts of the state. Most of us are under a flood watch. That's for areas in the dark green. However, parts of Howard, Frederick, Montgomery, and Carroll counties are under a flood warning. There is the threat of flooding impacting streams, creeks, low-lying and flood-prone areas, and that, of course, could cause some issues. But for the rest of us, there's that chance that when you're driving, you could see a couple of spots with ponding. Make sure that you are driving safely. Again, that flood watch runs through 2 p.m. The flood warning runs through 11:30 this morning. I'll break down how long the rain lasts, and I'll let you know when we finally dry out coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. This morning, we are so Baltimore. Still to come, a look at how Baltimore's collegiate school for the boys is celebrating its students as they head back to the classroom. And as Maryland students settle back into the school year, after the break, the plans to address teacher and bus driver shortages in Baltimore County. 7:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Happy Tuesday morning. We are weather alert as we deal with heavy rain across parts of the state, along with flood watches and warnings. Right now, we're seeing heavy rain continuing to move toward the northeast. Notice all of those areas of oranges and reds. That was a little more widespread about an hour and a half ago. We're still seeing some areas more isolated with that heavy rain, and this will continue over the next few hours. So as you drive this morning, make sure that you are driving safely. You may want to add a little bit of extra time to your commute. Here's a look at some of the rainfall totals that we've seen over the past 12 hours. Notice the areas in yellow. That's actually where we have a current flood warning in place. That's where we have the highest totals, with many areas seeing over 2 inches, some spots over 3 and 4 inches. Near Gaithersburg, we're seeing the highest totals over 4 inches there. Now, we are expecting more rain as we head into later today, so we'll see those numbers increase. Then tomorrow, we have our next chance for a few scattered showers, but things will not be as widespread. Not everyone will see rain tomorrow. Heading into the weekend, though, it looks like we have a better chance of dry weather until Sunday. 73 for the current temperature, and it is rainy over Baltimore with calm winds at this time. Across the state, temperatures are mainly in the low to mid 70s, but we are heading into the 80s as we head into the afternoon. We're looking at the low 80s, which is below average. And notice our rain chances do increase heading into the afternoon. Then overnight, we've got more rain on the way. Around 7 a.m., still tracking that chance for heavy rain. Then things gradually start to taper as we get close to lunchtime. After that, we'll stay mostly cloudy by about 3 p.m. with the chance for a little more rain heading into the night. This continues off and on as we head into Wednesday morning and then throughout the day. So expect a few showers tomorrow. But again, it will not be as widespread as what we're seeing right now. The flood watch is in place for all of the areas in dark green running through 2 p.m. And this flood warning for parts of Carroll, Howard, Montgomery, and Howard counties and Montgomery also running through about 11:30 this morning. As we head into the afternoon, temperatures around 82 for the high, then will gradually start to dry out later in the afternoon. After that, 78 on Wednesday. We reach the 80s as we finish out the week heading into the weekend. Back to you.
All right, taking a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, and boy, have our drive times significantly increased throughout the course of the morning, and it's only in the 7 o'clock hour here. We're talking about a 22-minute drive from 795 to 95, 21 minutes from 95 to 83. There are accidents all throughout the region. The roads are slippery. The rain is coming down. Give yourself plenty of extra time and take caution out there.
7:18 is your time now, and as some school districts start their school year this morning, a lot of kids excited about that, and parents are too. Others have a week already under their belt. Faced with teacher and bus driver shortages, Baltimore County was able to fill the majority of those vacancies. Joining us this morning, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski. Good morning.
Hey, Tom. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing really well. We heard last week, Baltimore County schools, we heard some bus routes were hit with delays as some new drivers were working through figuring out their new routes, but that has been getting increasingly better as it went on. What is the county doing, though, to help the schools in the district fill any vacancies still left?
Yeah, we've seen some encouraging progress as the year has started, and the first week is now in the books. I hope most parents out there have had a great first week. I know my wife and I enjoyed seeing our daughter off to school, but we are taking all of our challenges seriously here in Baltimore County. We're proud to see that the numbers and the shortages are actually shrinking as we go through the school year. We continue in Baltimore County to offer all the pre-employment support to make sure that things from fingerprinting to the physicals that are required, really sort of expediting that process, in addition to continuing to provide record resources to make sure that we are paying not just our bus drivers and bus assistants, but teachers and other school professionals really competitive salaries. We've gone from the middle of the pack to among the best paid in the state, and we're going to keep finding solutions and putting forward the resources to make sure that no parent has to worry about whether or not their child can get picked up by a bus.
There are speculation, though, that the boomers in the industry are leaving, and that's what's filling the void here. Do you see this as a temporary problem, or is this something that's going to happen as more boomers retire?
This is clearly a national problem. It's not just in Baltimore County or school districts across Maryland. We're seeing this across the country. But we're going to have to step up and be innovative, whether it's training programs or other resources, making sure that bus drivers and workers on the buses feel safe, so that we actually can do this most basic of function, which is getting our students to and from school safely.
And speaking of safely, we're hearing a lot of reports now on the violence in some schools here, from fighting last school year to now some shootings and even killings in area schools around here. What is Baltimore County doing? Do you think the message that the county prosecutes and has stiffer penalties, do you think that's resonating?
Yeah, look, I'd say the same message that we convey to residents in our communities are the ones that apply to our school. We take any crime very seriously. We find, arrest, and prosecute particularly serious crimes. In our schools, though, I'll tell you that I believe very much in supporting the safety ecosystem of our school system. We have not only sustained but actually grown our school resource officer program. We've supported the school system to have school safety assistants added this year. I've also put hundreds of additional counselors and teachers. Just having more responsible adults in the building makes a big difference. We're going to keep supporting those efforts, but also holding and demanding accountability if things go the way that we don't expect.
Baltimore County right now has a lot going on. You have the State Fair in your county. You also just had International Spotlight, as you just had Maryland Cycling Classic. That came out with some great response here, we're hearing from your county.
Yeah, I know that you and Justin were just short of the tripling up on the Shake-Off Championship at the State Fair, but we had record crowds again this year. And the Maryland Cycling Classic was, it put Baltimore County and the Baltimore region on an international spotlight. Right. It was the only professional road race in America, was right here in Baltimore County and Baltimore City. So we were thrilled to host that earlier in the week. Really rave reviews from the riders about how beautiful our roads were in Baltimore County. And so we're hoping that we can continue to show that this is a world-class place for entertainment and sports. We're looking forward to welcoming back, for example, the BMW Championship in 2025. Just another example of how great this region can be.
Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski, thank you.
Always a pleasure.
Still to come, Project Baltimore walks us through the latest state test scores proving we have yet to recover from staggering learning loss.
And the rain has not stopped the tradition here at the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys. We'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
It's so Baltimore. While many students are heading back to school this week, today, in fact, the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys will welcome its students back with a ceremony.
Yeah, the students will meet and greet over 200 men in suits this morning. And Be More Lifestyle, Mark Clark, the host there of the Be More Lifestyle, is checking it all out for us, dressed up too, to be able to have this ceremony kick off. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, guys. Again, I put the tie on today for the young men, and again, with Principal Wilson here, who's not a stranger to success, but this is actually the first year here in this amazing institution. Tell us about what's going on today.
Yeah, today we have over 100 strong men in suits and ties here to welcome our boys to school. You know, in the light of the tragedy that just happened, we're just so happy to have the support of everyone here today, shaking hands, making friends, and letting people know that we love them.
And you know, this is such a powerful statement. And again, we know why they're here, but then tell us, what's the message we're sending to the young men?
The message to the boys is that we love you, you know, that there's hope for the future, that we have high expectations, and that we expect you to grow up to be a gentleman and a scholar.
I love it. And also, like you mentioned before, the young man who got murdered the other day, yes. He actually has ties to this institution, and it's kind of a timely thing, but we can celebrate him also today.
Yeah, we're definitely celebrating him today in his life. You know, he was a gentleman, he's a scholar, he's an athlete, he's a father. You know, he's a 5-month-old son. And so as we welcome these boys today, we still see him. And so we want him to know and his family to know that, you know, we understand what happened and we're here to support and love them.
And the thing is, you know, we're so many times, you know, we see the negative side or we see the negative stories involving our amazing city. This is just another celebration of a positive story. So this morning we're glad to be here.
Yeah, sometimes you don't see the men. We're here. And so the boys need to know that we're here to support them.
Okay, and so again, yeah, guys, so we'll be here this morning as we show you this amazing institution and this process and this celebration going on this morning.
I love seeing that. That's an amazing sight for them to come back to. Mark, thank you. We're going to hear more from you in just a bit.
Thanks.
Sure. Now, if you'd like some more information about this, you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
We are on weather alert this morning with the chance for severe flooding. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax has the list of who is being most impacted.
It's the first day of school for Carroll County students. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, find out what to expect for this upcoming school year. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Weather Alert Tuesday. 7:31 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. A lot of kids heading to school for the first time this year, and they're going to be dressed up in umbrellas and boots.
I know my daughter is going for her first day today, and what a miserable day to start it out. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax here. I already told her it's going to be indoor recess for you, kid.
Oh, yeah, I remember those days. Nothing worse than having to be inside for recess. But with the rain, it looks like that certainly is a possibility heading into this afternoon. Now, this morning, we're starting off with rain across the state. We've seen areas of heavy rain, but now much of that is pushing toward the northeast and moving into parts of Pennsylvania and Delaware. The rest of us are seeing some isolated incidents of heavy rain, but things are starting to quiet down just a little bit. Still, we have those flood alerts in place. There's a flood watch for parts of Baltimore City and the surrounding counties. That runs through 2 p.m. And then there is an aerial flood warning for parts of Carroll, Howard, Montgomery, and Frederick counties running through 11:30 this morning. That's due to the threat of flooding impacting streams, rivers, creeks, flood-prone and low-lying areas. Now temperatures over Towson sit at 73, and we're off to a calm start with the winds. Visibility still reduced, so make sure that you are driving safely on the roads. Temperatures across the state are in the 70s, some spots in the 60s, but will warm up later this afternoon. As we continue to take a look at temperatures as we head into the afternoon, notice that those numbers will reach the upper 70s and the low 80s. We're actually looking at drier conditions moving in heading into the afternoon. I'll break down the timing of the rain and what you can expect for the rest of the week coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jasmine. 1 week into the school year for some, and hundreds of teaching positions remain unfilled. Those teachers who are in the classroom are facing an uphill battle.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Pepps explains, the latest state test scores show staggering learning loss that we have yet to recover from.
It was a decision every school system had to face back in 2021.
There are groups of young people who desperately need support they can only receive in person.
When to reopen classrooms following the COVID shutdowns.
Setting arbitrary dates, making threats, holding press conferences is not the way that we're going to get to in-person learning.
The question sparked heated debates month after month over what was best for our kids. Health and safety versus potential learning loss.
What kind of future are we creating for our children?
We don't want anyone to be forced back into buildings before it's safe.
It's been more than a year since every school system in Maryland returned to in-person learning. By spring 2022, the state had resumed normal standardized testing, and now we're seeing the results.
These are all abysmal numbers.
Kathy Schlager is a state delegate and former teacher.
The length of time that the Maryland public schools were shuttered was a problem.
This past spring, Maryland students were tested in math, English, and science as part of MCAP, the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program. Math and English results will not be released until early 2023. The state's saying it needs more time to set the standards for scoring. But we can see how students did in science, a subject that has become increasingly important through STEM initiatives. And across the state, numbers are down. In 5th grade, 70% of students tested did not score proficient. That means only 30% did, a slight drop from 2018, before the pandemic hit. When you look at individual school systems, Howard, Anne Arundel, Carroll, Hartford, and Baltimore counties all saw a drop in science scores. But Baltimore City, despite a major decrease in attendance during the pandemic, was the only district in our area to improve, with 8.7% of 5th graders testing proficient in science. Even with the improvement from previous years, Baltimore City still had, by far, the lowest scores in the state.
Very sad and heartbreaking that more than 90% of those students are not proficient in science. We really do have a crisis before us with education in Baltimore City Public Schools.
8th grade science scores showed similar results. Statewide, 35% of students scored proficient, down from 2018. And again, Baltimore City had the lowest scores in the state, but was also the only district in our area to see an improvement, with 12% of 8th graders proficient in science.
For me, after we take this Springs test, that's that new baseline for me.
Maryland State Superintendent Mohammed Chaudhry at a recent school board meeting downplayed the results, saying spring 2022 scores should not be the new baseline because the last school year was largely impacted by COVID.
We had a horrible Omicron December and January. We still had quarantines. We still had masking and other things. The hope this year is some back to that feeling of normalcy.
We have a real problem here in Maryland.
But Schlega says these science results should not be overlooked. If about 70% of 5th and 8th graders throughout all of Maryland are not proficient in science, Schlega says we need to reassess what we're doing in the classroom.
I'm sure that the educational bureaucrats in Annapolis will say this is why we need more money in public education. But we know that just putting money into a program is not going to make a change. We need to make sure that it is a quality program and that students' educational needs are being met.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
7:37 from the Live Center now. The man charged in the abduction of a Tennessee teacher will be in court for his hearing this morning. 38-year-old Cleotha Abstin is being charged now with kidnapping and tampering with evidence in connection with this abduction. Officials in Memphis confirming a body was found yesterday after a large search. Police had been searching for the missing teacher, Eliza Fletcher, since Friday when she was abducted during an early morning jog. It isn't yet known if the body that was discovered is that of Fletcher, who's an heiress to a $1 billion Memphis-based hardware company. The suspect being held on $500,000 bond. He had already served time on kidnapping conviction 21 years ago.
Heavy rain is causing us to be in weather alert mode this morning. Coming up, meteorologist Jasmine Lomax lets us know how long it will be until we see the summer sun once again. Your time now, 7:38.
Good morning and happy Tuesday. We are in weather alert as we deal with rain moving across parts of the state. It's been heavy, but now things are starting to lighten up a little bit. Still, there's the chance for more rain heading later into the morning into the early afternoon. Then we've got another round of scattered showers tomorrow. It's not until Thursday when we finally can expect drier weather. I'll break down the timing of the rain and I'll let you know what you can expect for the weekend coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
Students have been met with many challenges over the last few years, from the pandemic and online learning to school violence and shootings.
As Carroll County students are heading back into the classroom this morning, Olivia Dance is joining us live from East Middle School in Westminster with how the district is handling the post-COVID learning. Olivia?
Well, good morning, Tom and Patrice. Classes start at 8 here at East Middle School. Most of the teachers have already arrived, and the students will definitely be here soon. But this school year will feel more normal for students and teachers. The district says it's focusing on catching students up who fell behind during the pandemic and avoiding teacher burnout. Despite COVID, Carroll County schools provided in-person learning for 180 days last year, offering no virtual option. And I spoke with the president of the Board of Education about what students can expect this year.
We'll still be doing extra stuff for the kids to catch up. We'll be doing that for a long time, but it's exciting to see the schools open. Last year we had no virtual option, and we had all the kids in school, and that was a nice step. But hopefully this is a bigger step.
School leaders say they're looking forward to a great year, and they will still be offering extended learning opportunities and tutoring for any students who may have fallen behind last year. For now, reporting live in Westminster, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters.
As Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Cecil, Kent, Howard County students are all heading back for their second week of classes. Carroll and Harford counties, it is day one.
It's a rainy day one for them, but today is that day. For a complete list of every school system schedule this year, go to foxbaltimore.com.
A Palestinian-American journalist now dead. What Israel is acknowledging in this case.
Yet another wildfire breaks out in California. What we know about the widespread blaze so far. 7:43, you're watching Fox. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.46 and turning now to your international news. Israel is now acknowledging an Al Jazeera reporter was likely killed by Israeli gunfire. Israel admits that there's a high probability Shireen Abu Akleh was shot and killed by an Israeli soldier during a military operation. An Israeli report also indicates that no one will be punished for the killing of the Palestinian American. Israel had previously claimed she might have been killed by Palestinian gunmen.
Russia is going to buy missiles from North Korea as it continues its ongoing invasion of Ukraine. The New York Times is reporting that Russia's defense ministry is in the process of buying millions of artillery shells and rockets from the north. This year, North Korea has already test-fired more than 30 ballistic missiles. Last month, the White House said Russia's military purchased drones from Iran to use in Ukraine.
We're taking a live look right now over the Inner Harbor, believe it or not, in Towson this morning as this heavy rain continues.
This morning, we are in weather alert mode for the chance of severe flooding. But before we get a check on our weather, let's take a look at severe weather hitting other parts of the country.
At least 2 people are dead, 1 injured, and many homes destroyed following a large brush fire in Hemet, California.
This blaze right here broke out yesterday afternoon, causing emergency evacuations to have to be put in place.
As of late last night, officials say the fire stretched to about 2,000 acres and is only 5% contained. Cause of the fire, though, is still under investigation.
In South Korea, at least 1 person is dead following this right here. Look at that water come over. Typhoon Hinamar making landfall. Authorities say the person died after they were swept away while they were trying to evacuate.
See how quickly that rose right there. The typhoon has now left the Korean peninsula after hitting it this morning. You're taking a look here at some of the damage that it's done. It was carrying wind speeds equivalent of a Category 2 hurricane. It's left behind heavy rains, power outages in all those affected areas.
All right, now let's get a check on the severe weather that is impacting our area.
Heavy rains causing a lot of accidents out there. We have meteorologist Jasmine Lomax on our weather alert day for us.
Yeah, guys, it's just been a very rainy morning. We started with some areas of heavy rain, and we're still seeing some isolated spots with those yellows and oranges indicating that heavy rain. But the widespread rain that we saw a little bit earlier on is now starting to move to the northeast, so that is some good news for us. We're also seeing some of that heavy rain along parts of the eastern shore. However, as we continue into the early afternoon, there's still that chance for showers. Here's a look at some of the rainfall totals. The highest that we saw are these areas in yellow. That corresponds with where we currently have a flood warning in place near Gaithersburg. Over 4 inches of rain, and that's been the highest number that we've seen around the area. Expect those showers continuing through the early afternoon. Then as we head into the day tomorrow, we've got another round of rain on the way, but we are only talking scattered showers. After that, we finally dry out to finish the week heading into the weekend. Outside, you can see those raindrops on our camera. Temperatures sit at 74. Winds are out of the east-southeast around 3 miles per hour, and that visibility is still down. Make sure that you are driving safely on the roads and maybe add some time to your commute this morning. Across the state, we're mainly seeing those temperatures in the 60s and in the low to mid 70s across the state. We're slowly going to rise into the low 80s today. This is actually below average for this time of year, and this low trend will continue into tomorrow. Today, though, notice we've got the rain continuing, but once we get to about midday, we're looking at a break from that rain, with most of it moving toward Delaware and parts of the eastern shore. Then heading into the afternoon as kids get out from school, we're looking at mostly cloudy skies and a mostly dry forecast at that point. But there is the chance for a few showers and possibly storms as we head into the night, continuing off and on into the day tomorrow. Starting off around 7 a.m., most of us will be dry, but there could be some areas of light rain and some wet roads on your commute. Then as we head into the afternoon, still looking at the chance for a few scattered showers. This continues as we head into the evening and night. Once we make it into Thursday, we're finally talking drier weather entering the forecast. Areas in the dark green shade are under a flood watch. This runs through 2 p.m. Then areas in the lime green box are under an aerial flood warning. So that's for parts of Carroll, Howard, Montgomery, and Frederick counties. That runs through 11:30. And we're mainly talking impacts to streams, creeks, rivers, low-lying areas, and flood-prone areas. Make sure that you are staying weather alert, and make sure you have multiple ways of receiving any alerts that are issued. Temperatures reach the low 80s this afternoon with declining rain chances. Then temperatures only in the 70s tomorrow with scattered showers. We return to the 80s on Thursday, 83 on Friday, 84 as we head into Saturday. Then as we head into the upcoming week, we have another chance for showers. Back to you.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
Getting Maryland back to work, it is time for our job of the day. CarMax in White Marsh is hiring an overnight inventory associate. For more information, go to FOX baltimore.com. And if you are an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to news@FOXbaltimore.com.
A new study shows nearly 50% of plant owners talk to their plants. Still to come this morning, the positive impacts this has on their quality of life.
Krispy Kreme is rolling out a new treat this fall season. After the break, the delicious flavors you can soon indulge in.
Oh, and on this rainy day, here's a necessary treat we can all indulge in right now.
Oh, it's the perfect time for a coffee break. (7:55) and in your consumer news, it seems Dairy Queen is really falling into autumn. Ba-dum-bum-bum. The company rolling out its new fall blizzard menu, which comes complete with some new fall treats.
Now, this includes the Cinnamon Roll Center's Blizzard, the Reese's Take 5 Blizzard, and finally the Snickers Brownie Blizzard.
Now, if all of that isn't enough for you, the company is also releasing fall items that aren't exactly edible. They have a blizzard-scented throw pillow that comes in 2 scents, 1 cinnamon roll and 1 pumpkin pie.
There's more about sweets, though. Krispy Kreme is ready to release some new treats as well.
The company releasing new churro donuts, and they're calling them churros. And they come in a few different varieties.
And they include cinnamon sugar, cookies and cream, and dulce de leche. All right, well, that's not the way you say it, but it contains cream cheese icing decoration topped with cookie pieces and dulce de leche drizzle. It's all about the drizzle.
Pretty good. With a cup of coffee right now. The churros are available individually or in a 3-pack, and they are only there for a limited time.
Today we are weather alert, but what about heading into tomorrow? Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax has the details on when this weather maker is heading out.
And it's the first day of school for Harford County students. Coming up, we are live from Bakerfield Elementary with how the district is preparing to welcome students today.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, September 6th. I'm Patrice Sanders. We are in weather alert. We've got meteorologist Jasmine Lomax here. She's taking a look at the forecast and all the rain that's been coming since the overnight hours. I mean, I slept through and then woke up to rain, drove through rain, and it's still going on.
Yeah, no, interestingly enough, I went outside this morning and there was no rain. But as I got closer to the city, that's when I started to see that rain come down. And many of you likely woke up to rain this morning. We had some spots of heavy rain a couple of hours ago. Now you'll notice that heavy rain, those oranges and yellow swaths, those have moved toward Delaware and Pennsylvania. For us, now the rain is on the lighter side. You'll notice the dark green shading for areas under a flood watch, which runs through 2 p.m. Then areas inside that lime green polygon under an aerial flood warning. That includes Howard County, Montgomery County, Frederick County, and also parts of Carroll County. So that runs through 11:30 this morning, and you'll notice those areas seeing light rain at this time. That's good news. They did have that heavy rain earlier, which led to those high rainfall totals. Overcast skies and rainy conditions over Towson. It is 74 and just not a pretty picture, but notice that visibility that is now down to 1 mile. So make sure that you are driving safely on the roads this morning. I'll time out the rain and I'll let you know when it finally comes to an end in my full forecast. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Taking a look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. As you look at the traffic map of our region, we are in yellow and reds pretty much across the board. There are so many different incidents and accidents throughout the region, a lot of it due to the rainfall out there. Give yourself plenty of extra time and use lots of precaution when you do hit the roadways.
At this time, we do not know the source of the contamination, but I can assure you that we are working actively to determine the exact extent of the issue, identify the source, and resume the delivery of clean water to our residents in the impacted area.
This morning, we are learning more about the boil water advisory in place for much of West Baltimore. The Department of Public Works found the water was contaminated with E. coli that came during a routine test. West Baltimore is the only area under the advisory, but nearby jurisdictions can boil water out of an abundance of caution. You can find a map of those areas on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Now, DPW will distribute fresh bottled water with more distribution sites being set up today. We will have information for you as soon as the city announces that. Right now, the source of the water contamination is not clear, but DPW says it is not coming from wastewater treatment plants. They say that the impacted areas are continuously being flushed and water assessments are underway. Health officials say you should boil water for at least 1 minute and get rid of any stored water that you may have already had in your home. In response to all of this, Baltimore City Schools say they will be preparing meals off-site at the 6 schools on your screen. Hand sanitizer and bottled water will also be provided for staff and student. And according to their website, these precautions will be in place until this issue is fully resolved. Now, in a tweet, Governor Larry Hogan says the State Department of the Environment is also assisting Baltimore in fixing this E. coli contamination issue. Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. And after a long Labor Day weekend, thousands of students are heading back into the classroom. Harford County and Carroll County schools will have their first day of class today. Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Howard County schools, they all started last week. We have live team coverage this morning. Olivia Dance will join us live from Carroll County with the impact the national teacher shortage is having there. But we begin with Shannon Lilly in Harford County. She's got more on the unique tactics they're using to fill their teacher vacancies. Shannon.
Patrice, good morning. Yeah, that's right. We are at Bakerfield Elementary School where preparation is underway right now to welcome these students back to the classroom. Of course, for many of these students, it's going to be their first time walking through these doors after a nice long summer break. But for teachers and staff, the preparation has long been underway.
The start of the school year already underway.
It is amazing to finally have everybody back together.
For Harford County teachers inside Bel Air High School,
To look out and see all of our new hire t-shirts this morning, it's a pretty awesome feeling.
prepping for their students to walk through the door. More than 300 new hires are being welcomed into the district this year. Nick Sordillo, just one of them.
I'm looking forward to it for my own personal development and for the kids as well.
Despite the nationwide teacher shortage, a spokesperson with Harford County Schools says they're down to just 2 teacher vacancies. And Superintendent Dr. Sean Bolson says that puts them in a good place to start the year.
It's not a large number, but we have enough substitutes on standby should we need them to start the year, so there's someone in every classroom.
As for the new teachers coming in,
what we have in place is a lot more support for new teachers, a lot lot more training. I mean, we know that with more people coming in with conditional certification, that the support they get during the year just has to be ongoing, consistent.
And that support coming in the form of returning teachers, like Janet Oldewardle.
Oh, it's so exciting coming back. The energy in the room is amazing.
After a few years away, she'll now be stationed at Edgewood Middle School, supporting reading and language teachers across the county. There to help fill a gap.
I think that's why I'm here. My gut was like, it's time to jump back in. It's like an all hands on deck situation in our public schools right now, and the teacher shortage is very real.
Her message for students today?
We got this. We got this. We're going to work hard, and we expect them to work hard, but we've got some fantastic places we're going to be going this year.
That's a great message for students as they come back into their classrooms today. Now, as for the bus driver situation, we do know at last check that the district is still about 15 bus drivers short. So they are asking for your patience, parents, and say that they may have to work through some kinks as far as the new routes to take. So there may be some delays, especially with this weather. Reporting live from Bakerfield Elementary School, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Well, just like Harford County, Carroll County schools are feeling the impact of the national teacher shortage, and filling open positions is the main priority going into the new school year. Olivia Dance continues our live team coverage from East Middle School in Westminster with how the district is combating this issue. Olivia.
Good morning, Patrice. Class is starting right now here for students at East Middle School. As you can see, buses are starting to drop the students off. We saw all the teachers already arrive as well. The district says its focus this year is making sure all positions are filled. And like so many other districts, Carroll County schools are also being impacted by the national teacher shortage. As of last Friday, they still had 8 classroom vacancies, but I'm told they have someone focusing only on employee recruitment. They're also dealing with a bus driver shortage, but the district tells me they have a plan in place to ensure every student will be picked up today. I spoke with the president of the Board of Education about the vacancies.
I hope we keep filling the spots. We don't see it as an issue in school today. We're close enough to full to keep the students smaller classes and all teachers in class.
Now, every student will have a teacher or a permanent sub today for the first day. Patrice, back to you.
Olivia, you mentioned that they have someone solely focusing on filling these vacant positions. What else are they doing to try to address the shortage?
Yeah, Patrice, a great question. The district tells me they're hosting job fairs. They're also increasing advertising. And they said that they're talking with students who in the past have expressed interest in teaching. For now, reporting live in Westminster, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters, and we are committed to investigating any problems your kids run into this year, from teacher shortages to a lack of bus drivers or crossing guards. Call our news tip line, the number there on your screen. You can also send us an email, or you can chime in with your concerns.
And this morning we're at the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys. The welcoming ceremony just wrapped up. Coming up, we'll talk to the CEO about this amazing school, this amazing facility, and what they offer. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
And it's a rainy start to the morning over the harbor and across parts of the state. Really not much to see. I'll let you know the timing of the rain and when we finally get a break coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Good Tuesday morning. We are weather alert as we deal with rain and the potential for flooding across the state. We had widespread heavy rain. Now that is starting to move to the northeast, but we're still seeing some isolated areas with that heavy rain. One area actually moving toward Baltimore City. I'll break down the timing of the rain and when it finally comes to an end in my full forecast. Back to you.
Maryland is struggling with a teacher shortage, and the teachers we do have are facing an uphill battle. What the latest state test scores reveal in today's Project Baltimore report.
We've worked short staff for multiple years now, relying on overtime to kind of keep this city afloat.
Baltimore City first responders are sounding the alarm, saying the city wasn't prepared for this past Sunday's cycling event. We're taking a closer look at their concerns. 8:12 is the time.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.15 now. The Baltimore Fraternal Order of Police is speaking out about the city's handling of last weekend's cycling classic. Police were forced to cancel time off and work overtime with little notice. The FOP says the event has been planned for more than a year and the city should have done better. Maury Richards, former chief of police for Martinsburg, West Virginia, joining us this morning to talk about those concerns. Good morning, Maury.
Good morning, Patrice.
So the FOP has many concerns. One of them, they're saying that this is going to cost the city more than $1 million in overtime pay, and that it's not fair to officers to do this to them. What do you say?
Well, I'd say the FOP is absolutely right. Looking at this event, there were three huge failures of leadership. One, the failure to plan properly. When you have a year advance notice of a major event like this, you don't wait till the last minute to start canceling people's days off. Also, there was a lack of support and cooperation. The FOP reached out for over a year. They had some ideas that they wanted to share. No one listened to them. And then finally is the overall problem. BPD is short 600 officers, and it's getting worse every month. And that's a result of very bad policies by this mayor and, unfortunately, the police commissioner.
Let me ask you this. The FOP says the officers are burned out. There is the shortage that you're talking about. And when you're burning the candle at both ends to fill the gap, that's just not good for anyone. It's not good for the officers. It's not good for the citizens. Talk about that aspect of what we're seeing and the impact that has.
Well, yeah, that's a great point, Patrice. You know, police officers are human beings. They've only worked so much. You know, they're dedicated, give it all they got. But at a certain point, you know, days off canceled, forced overtime, people can only do so much. And, you know, that results in a lack of morale. You know, officers get cynical. They can't do their job right. You know, it's hard to make good decisions. And not only do these officers and their families suffer, but as you said, the citizens as well, because they're not getting 100% from their department.
All right, Maury Richards, thank you.
Thank you, Patrice.
It is 8:18 now. We want to get back over to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax on this weather alert day, taking a look at what has been coming down all morning, still to come for us throughout this day. Jasmine.
Thanks, Patrice. It has just been a very rainy morning. We had some areas of heavy rain, and we heard it over our station. We still have heavy rain across parts of the state, but a lot of it's isolated around the Baltimore area. Most of the heavy rain is now along parts of the eastern shore and into Delaware, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. Notice, though, we've got a pocket of heavy rain that's approaching Baltimore City, so prepare for a brief downpour as that happens. Overcast skies, and it's very gray, very cloudy, very gloomy and rainy. Our visibility is down to 2 miles, so make sure that you are driving safely on the roads this morning. Temperatures sit at 74, but winds actually calm. Across the state, temperatures are in the 70s for most of us. We've been pretty constant around 73, 74 for the past few hours, but we are looking at rising temperatures into the afternoon. Highs reach the upper 70s and the low 80s. That's going to keep us below average, but it's still going to be pretty humid due to that rain and that moisture across the state. By about midday, we're expecting mostly dry conditions, and much of that rain begins to taper, moving to the northeast. We'll stay pretty dry as we head to 3 p.m. Then into the night, there will be another chance for a couple of isolated showers. At times, there could be heavy rain, but it will be a little more scattered than what we had today. Then starting off the morning tomorrow, many areas with cloudy skies. There is a chance for a couple of stray showers, especially close to the state line. Then throughout the day, expect scattered showers moving across the state. These last into the afternoon, the evening, and into the night. Heading into Thursday, though, we're starting off the day with mostly dry weather. All of the areas shaded in the dark green are under a flood watch running through 2 p.m. And then the areas inside this lime green box are under an aerial flood warning. So that includes parts of Montgomery counties, Howard counties, Frederick, and also Carroll counties under that through 11:30 this morning. That's because we could have flooding impacts to rivers, streams, creeks, and also flood-prone and low-lying areas. The rest of us could be dealing with ponding from that rain that continues to move across the state. Then tomorrow, we've got scattered showers. We stay mostly dry on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, but you'll notice heading into the upcoming week, our rain chances do increase, so we're looking at another rainy pattern heading into next week. High temperatures today reach 82. Our average high for this time of year is 83, so not too far off that number. Our rain chances do decrease as we head into the afternoon. Then into the night, there will be that additional chance for a little more rain. 78 for the high temperature tomorrow. That's well below average for this time of year. Then we're back to the 80s on Thursday, 81 and mostly dry, 83 and mostly sunny on Friday. It looks like a great day. 84 on Saturday. Then we're back to 83 on Sunday and Monday with the chance for showers. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Reduce, reuse, recycle. How one designer is using napkins from fast food restaurants to make a creative pair of cargo pants.
This morning I'm at the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys, and this school has community involvement, as you can see by their group of 100 men in the background. We'll find out what the secret is and why it's so important. Baltimore School For boys here this morning. And again, Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
(8:24) now. It's so Baltimore. The Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys is welcoming students back this morning in a big way. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is in Northeast Baltimore. He's checking it out for us. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here with Edwin Avant, the CEO of Five Smooth Stones Foundation, the operator of this amazing facility. Edwin, tell us about your school.
And well, first of all, thank you for being here, Mark. I'm so excited about Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys. We're on a mission to gather as many young men in Baltimore as we can to get them ready for the rigors of challenging high schools that will hopefully lead to them to go to college. There's lots of different schools throughout the city, but we intentionally created collegiate so that we can get as many young men as we could trained so they could be able to handle algebra and geometry, AP, calculus. We really get them ready so that they can then make it into the top colleges and universities in the country, and then hopefully come back and be leaders in our community.
And I see what you're doing, man. You just got a first-round draft pick. You got your Dr. Wilson just joined.
Wilson, Dr. Yeah, that's my job as the
That's
president.
amazing. And
yeah,
so, you know, and this morning, over 100 men here in suits greeting the young men for welcoming ceremony. This is a part of your tradition.
Yes.
How did that start? How long have you been doing it?
Sure. We've been doing it since 2015 when we first opened the doors of the school. That's when we opened it up to fourth through sixth grade boys. And I'm also a co-founder of Black Professional Men. And so I asked all the members of Black Professional Men, could you come out and join me and welcome these young men back to school? And they decided to come on out, and we had about 30 guys then. Now we're up to over 100 men who come out and welcome the young men.
And what do you need from the community? Because again, this morning we see all the men coming through. You guys are having success in the academics, and it's such a crucial age for the young people. What do you need from the community, and what about those people who people are watching and want their children to be involved in the school, what do they do?
Well, certainly. One of the things that we always ask people for their time, talent, and treasure. So there's always opportunities to help our school with your time. So there could be after-school programming, whether it's tutoring some of our boys in reading or math. We'd welcome that. Some of their talents, we're looking to build an orchestra for our boys. So it could be it's somebody who knows how to teach music or foreign language, chess. We tell everybody that when our boys leave us, we want them to know how to play chess. We want them to know how to swim, and they have to have a passport because we want to take them all around the world. So people with talent, people with but then treasure.
Well, how do they reach you? How do they reach you?
Sure, they can go to our website, www.baltimorecollegiate.org, and just check us out there. Everything is on there, how to give, how to get involved in our school, and how to bring your son.
Well, what a special day today. It really felt special to be a part of it. We got another break. We'll be back. Again, thank you for joining us, okay?
Oh, thank you.
All right, guys, back to you.
They're doing great work there, Mark. Love to see that. Thank you. Well, if you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Lawmakers return to work on Capitol Hill today. Coming up, we're looking at their efforts to get last-minute bills pushed through before the November midterms. 8:27, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Oh, it is 8:30 on this Tuesday, September 6th. A lot of parents excited to send their kids off to school for the first time, others for the second week, and they're saying, go on, get out, just grab an umbrella and some boots, and actually the weather, though, is making it very difficult when you get out on the roads. We want to go over to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. She's got a look at the forecast. And Jasmine, it looks like hopefully the rain, people are like, well, this is going to end soon. Not really.
Well, it looks like we've got a couple more hours to deal with this rain, and then we'll start to get a break. But some parts of the state already drying out at this time. However, we've got rain here in Baltimore, and that's going to continue for the next few hours. Notice all of the areas in dark green. That's for a flood watch, what encompasses a good part of Maryland. But then that lime green polygon is for an aerial flood warning. That's for parts of Howard, Montgomery, Frederick, and Carroll counties. And you'll notice in those areas, we're not seeing too much rain at this time, but there was heavy rain, which led to that warning. Now over Towson, still very gloomy and rainy. Temperatures around 73 and visibility now down to 1 mile. So make sure that you are driving safely on the roads, especially with that reduced visibility. Temperatures across the state are mainly in the low to mid 70s. Those numbers will heat up by the afternoon. So as you plan your day, you may want to include the rain gear. 75 around 9 a.m. with rain. Then we're looking at mostly cloudy skies around 2 p.m. After that, we've got another chance for rain as we head into the evening and night. I'll break down the timing of the rain, and I'll let you know when we finally get drier weather coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
All right, let me just say this for your Len Stoller Traffic Network. We have more indications and markers and accidents in the Baltimore region than they do in Washington, D.C. Yeah, that explains how bad the weather is here versus our nation's capital. And you can see it on some of these area cameras here. 95 southbound, it's just horrific. You see that on the bottom right-hand side of your screen there. That's right after you cross 695 and you're headed down towards Baltimore there. You're almost like a parking lot heading south. The toll lanes, though, there are moving along a little bit quicker. This shot is deceiving, not much quicker. And then everywhere else, just on the outer loop, accidents, little fender benders, multiple vehicles. Out 70, there's an accident. 140s, those two accidents been cleaned up, but 83 has accidents just all over the place. And another bad one when you're heading south on 97. There's another multi-vehicle accident with cars in the median and flashing lights there, too. So just really take extra time if you're heading out on the roads this morning. 8:33 and 1 week into the school year. Hundreds of teaching positions remain unfilled. Those teachers who are in the classroom facing an uphill battle. Project Baltimore's Chris Papps is joining us now with more, plus the latest state test scores showing staggering learning loss that we have yet to recover. Chris?
Yeah, Tom. So what happened was during the pandemic, state testing in math, science, and English was suspended. And now it started to come back. And the first full tests for math, science, and English were given, state testing, which determines proficiencies that we talk about a lot, was given in the spring of 2022. Well, the state, Tom, changed the type of testing that they do from pre-pandemic to post-pandemic. So the only results that we have right now are science. Math and English we're not going to have until early 2023. But we can see in science, Tom, that only 5th and 8th graders were tested. That's standard. 5th and 8th graders before they go in the middle school, before they go in the high school. And in the state, throughout the state, nearly 70% of students are not proficient in math, in science. And you think about STEM, you think about the type of fields that are available right now that are paying really good money, where there's plenty of jobs. A lot of them center around the science field. And in Maryland, just about 30% of our students, 5th and 8th grade, are proficient in science. And this is stunning, Tom, and this is alarming. But do you really hear your elected officials saying much about it?
Right. Well, Chris, that's exactly it. And we also spoke, we're at the back-to-school headquarters here at Fox 45, so we've been speaking with a lot of experts. So, Kennedy Krieger, there was a educational expert who said learning loss is actually deceiving, the term learning loss, because the students really never learned it to lose it. So that's even making it further back in their studies than the term learning loss. She said, don't be deceived by that, because they still have to be taught it in order to lose it. They were never taught it because there was never any time, or we were doing virtual.
Sure. Now, the state superintendent of schools, Mohammed Chaudhry, he is downplaying these results. And he is saying that, we really shouldn't look at the spring of 2022 because it was still largely impacted by COVID. What he is saying is the testing that is coming up this year, this is the testing that should really matter. But if students were still missing a lot of school last year, and they missed almost the entire year before that, and we can see that proficiencies are going down, and that's the other main point of the data that Project Baltimore has acquired, this MCAP data, state testing in science, is that the school systems are going down. The only school system that saw an improvement was Baltimore City. Now, Baltimore City is still the lowest performing school system in the state, but it's also the only one in our area that saw a slight uptick in their scores. Every other school system went down. And the state is trying to downplay these results. And we spoke with a Republican legislator who said, no, we shouldn't downplay these results. These are a real snapshot in time showing us where we are. And 70% not proficient in science. If the elected officials in Baltimore City and the surrounding areas aren't saying a lot about this, and they're not having a problem with it, I don't really know what else to say, Tom.
Yeah, they're just saying, well, it's almost like that old theory, well, everyone was failing, so, it's not as bad that I failed. Chris, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Again, Fox 45 is your back-to-school headquarters. Some Harford County students are kicking off their first day by walking to school with a male role model. It's all part of the annual Million Father March. Shannon Lilly is live from Aberdeen High School, where the families and students are meeting right now. Good morning, Shannon.
Tom, good morning. That is right. I'm here with the principal of Bakerfield Elementary School. We're doing this walk right now. You actually caught us mid-walk. So we're walking from Bakerfield over to Aberdeen High School, and we're going to meet up with the dads right over there. There's a trail of staff making their way here behind us. You can see all those umbrellas. But we want to talk about this event, and I know it's an annual event. Talk about why these fathers, uncles, brothers are all going to be coming out, despite the rain, to walk their kids to school.
Our goal is to try to get everyone to understand the importance of male involvement in their children's lives and obviously in their education. And we just want to make sure that the kids get all they can. We want to build that community and that family where our parents feel supported and our kids are getting the most support from us.
And that is so important. Tell us, what it means that these fathers, these brothers, these uncles are going to come out despite the rain.
Yes. It makes me very happy, very proud. You know, I know we're not going to get the turnout we would normally get, but just knowing that they're taking the time out of their day in a not so great weather situation to let their kids know how important they are and how important school is everything.
It is everything. Well, we thank you so much for speaking with
Thank
us, and
you.
good luck on the first day.
Thank
I know it's
you.
going to be great. You know, Tom and Patrice, what a great way to start off the school year.
Yeah, a great way, even with the rain. Thank you, Shannon. Violence in Ocean City over the Labor Day weekend. Search now for suspects and what you can do to help police. We are weather alert this morning due to the threat of flooding from all that heavy rain. You just saw Shannon Lilly standing in the middle of it. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax will tell us just how many inches we can expect ahead in her full Weather Authority forecast. .841 and making your headlines this morning in Ocean City. Police looking for at least 4 men in connection with the shooting that happened just off the boardwalk. Police say the shooting happened right near North Division Street after a brief fight. Officers releasing surveillance footage right here showing who they say are the 4 suspects. This was taken just after 2:30 yesterday morning during the busy Labor Day weekend. Anyone with information is asked to contact Ocean City Police. So do you talk to your plants? If not, you may want to start the health benefits of fraternizing with your flora. That's coming up. And next, we're live with the CEO of Maryland Teacher Tutors on ways to help your kids achieve academic excellence this school year. 8:42 is the time. 8:44 in Fox 45 is your back-to-school headquarters. Parents, you can ease your minds a little bit and help your students achieve academic future center goals this year with one-on-one tutoring. Founder and CEO of Maryland Teacher Tutors, Natalie Mangrum, is joining us now to share how her team steps in and helps. Good morning, Natalie.
Good morning, Tom. Great to see you.
Great to see you, too. Now, okay, for a lot of districts, 13 of them around Maryland, they were back about a week ago. Now we've got the rest of the state now joining today, their first day. And a lot of people are saying, okay, there's a lot of loss in learning here, or missed a whole lot of almost a year and a half of learning. So tutors really come into play. What separates Maryland Teacher Tutors from other tutors or other learning, I guess, centers?
Yeah, absolutely. So Maryland Teacher Tutors is a tutoring company that's composed solely of experienced certified teachers. So we work with students one-on-one, we partner with schools and districts, but why that's really important and why that matters is because teachers have obviously the information they need to make sure students succeed. So they don't just have the content knowledge, they also have best practices, they also have strategies to make sure that students are engaged and learning as quickly as possible, especially in light of what you just talked about.
And Natalie, what about, though, I know that as a parent myself, you hear about your students are way behind. They're way behind because of this. And you're thinking, well, everyone must be way behind because we all had to deal with COVID. But other states, that's not true. They were in person. They're still moving through. My sisters are teachers in Colorado. They still were in person learning the whole time. So then the parents want to just push more onto their child. The teaching tutors, though, how do you kind of ease into that and kind of relax and tell parents to back up?
Yeah, so in general, we do want to remind parents, this, as much as it seems like the end of the world, it's not the end of the world. Our students and our children's brains are malleable. They learn quickly. They're like sponges. So the beautiful thing about tutoring is that we're coming in and we're starting to work with the student where they are. We don't want anything to feel like pressure or stress or tension. So we're making sure that when we work with students, we see where they are. We're focused on where we want them to go, but we're doing it in a way that's fun, engaging. And a lot of times they don't even know that they're learning, and that's really important.
Oh, really important. So tell us, you had said partnerships with the school system. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so we have school partners with D.C. public schools, Baltimore City public schools, lots of private schools. We're now working with Baltimore County. So lots of school districts are interested in this high impact tutoring model, which is what we offer, particularly because our teachers are so used to being in the classroom already. And so they're interested in having our teachers come in to supplement what's already happening in the classroom to really target those students, mostly all students who have experienced, the lag, the way behindness that we talked about before.
Yeah, that's true. It's not just learning loss. It's a whole lot worse than that, actually. Natalie Mangrum, thank you so much with Maryland Teachers Tutors. We appreciate just a couple minutes of your time.
Thank you so much, Tom. Have a great day.
You too. All right, now we need to get over to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax because we are looking at a weather alert day to day, and it's because of the heavy rain, Jasmine.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. We've seen some heavy rain across the state, and that's led to very high rainfall totals. In fact, in areas to our west, we've seen over 4 inches of rain. Here, though, we're now tracking some heavy rain across the Baltimore area, and really, we've got a line of rain that kind of lines the I-95 corridor extending south into Virginia, but the heavy rain that we saw earlier this morning is departing to the northeast, impacting parts of the eastern shore and into parts of New Jersey, Delaware, and Pennsylvania. The rest of us, though, dealing with rain on the lighter side. Here's a look over Baltimore. 72 for the temperature. Winds are out of the north-northwest around 8 miles per hour, and that visibility down to 2 miles. So that's something to focus on as you drive on the roads this morning. Make sure that you're adding some extra time to your commute. Across the state, most of the temperatures are in the low to mid 70s. We're slowly warming, but we are expecting those highs to reach the 80s this afternoon. And it doesn't look like the entire day will be a washout. We will have some drier weather move in, and that comes as early as noon. We'll stay mostly cloudy with that rain departing to the northeast still out of our area. Then around 3 p.m. as kids leave school, we're looking at mostly dry and mostly cloudy conditions then, but we do have more showers and potential storms on the way as we head into the night. These will be off and on. Not everyone will see rain as we head into Wednesday morning, but if you live closer to the state line, you have a better chance of waking up to a few isolated showers. It looks like rain will be on the lighter side, but throughout the day as we head into the afternoon, the evening, and even into the night, there will be that chance for a few scattered showers. This continues into very early Thursday Thursday morning, but then the rest of the day looks mostly dry. All of the areas in dark green are under a flood watch, which runs through 2 p.m. And then areas inside this lime green polygon are under an aerial flood warning running through 11:30 a.m. That includes parts of Frederick, Howard counties, Montgomery, and also Carroll counties under that, again through 11:30. So we're talking impacts mainly to streams, creeks, rivers, low-lying areas, and flood-prone areas. But fortunately for that area, we are starting to see some of that rain gradually taper. As we head into the day tomorrow, we're expecting scattered showers. After that, we stay mostly dry, finishing out the week. Then next week, we start with a chance for a few spotty showers, and that rain continues on Monday. Meanwhile, we're keeping watch on the Atlantic Basin. We've got Danielle still moving over the open Atlantic and not expected to be a threat to land. And also keeping watch on Earl, which is expected to remain over the open Atlantic. It could impact parts of Bermuda, but for the rest of us, we're really not expecting any local impacts. Now we've got 2 areas that we're watching just off the coast of Africa. One has a medium chance of formation over the next 2 and 5 days. The area in yellow has a low chance of formation, but it's still something to watch. Here, though, we're dealing with rain, so before you head outside, make sure that you grab the rain gear and then continue to focus on the radar. Temperature is around 78 tomorrow. Then as we head into Thursday, we're looking at highs around 81. We stay mostly dry. After that on Friday, expect plenty of sunshine. Temperatures around 83, 84 on Saturday. Then we're back to 83 starting the upcoming week, and we have the chance for rain. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. I'll go out to, just horrible numbers here on your traffic and your commute. Look at that. It just went 45 minutes, 95 to 83. Changing as we're talking right now, 795, 95. You're even slower. It's going to take you 24 minutes to usually do that 8-minute commute. We have some breaking news just coming in. Baltimore DPW announcing that they will distribute water at 3 locations, and that's today beginning at 11. Harlem Park Elementary and Middle School on Lafayette Avenue, Middle Branch Park on Waterview Avenue, and Lansdowne Library on 3rd Avenue. Now, they say they will provide some jugs for water for residents and facilities in need of water and encourage them to bring their own containers. They're saying the water buffalo will be at the library and the Middle Branch Park locations. So they will provide jugs, but make sure that you bring your own as well because they may run out. So they're saying that those water buffaloes, which is just you pour that fresh water into some jugs. That's the latest on that breaking news. Trending now, are you feeling down? A recent survey shows talking with your plants may help with your mental health. More than 1,200 plant parents, they're called, participated in a survey where they were asked how often they talk with their plants. Nearly 50% admitted that they do, and 62% of participants say it helps make them happier. Well, the study also finds that having a plant in your office space can help improve your mental health. The study suggests adding a small plant to your desk decor can help with anxiety and stress. The only indicator is when the plants talk back. That's when they say you need to get some help. One man's trash, another man's treasure, or in some cases, pants. How one designer is reusing paper napkins to create an everyday piece of clothing. Big changes happening at CVS. When we come back, how many doctors the pharmacy is adding to its network. Something I thankfully don't need a prescription for, more coffee. That's right, it's time for a coffee break. Get your sip on. 8:56 on this rainy Tuesday, and topping your morning business report, CVS Health is buying home health care service company Signify Health. Now, the move solidifies CVS transition away from its roots as a traditional retail drugstore chain. Purchase means CVS will have a network of more than 10,000 doctors and nurse practitioners providing services like at-home diagnostics and care to 2.5 million patients nationwide. The deal is worth roughly $8 billion. The pharmacy giant paying $30.50 per share in cash. Crypto under pressure? Well, Bitcoin is trying to stabilize after several months of declining prices, even falling below 20,000. And experts say it's entering an even more volatile month. Some economists predict deeper lows could be ahead as investors buy less Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. Two major factors could impact the digital currency market this September. One, the Fed has hinted it could raise hikes as a fifth straight time later on this month. And then two, the largest altcoin in the crypto space is expected to undergo an upgrade this month. A win for fast food workers of sorts. California Governor Gavin Newsom signing a new law Monday, making it the state's the first in the country to increase worker protections and power. The landmark law creates a 10-member fast food council. It's made up of workers, delegates, and employers, representatives, and along with 2 state officials. Together, the group will be tasked with setting minimum standards for wages, hours, and working conditions. But critics say fast food costs most likely rise in that state. Instead of trashing her leftover Chipotle napkins here, taking a look at this, a designer has come up with a unique way to reuse them. Designer Nicole McLaughlin partnered with the Mexican fast casual restaurant chain to upcycle her napkins into these pants that you're looking at there. They even feature a zipper that turns the pants into a unique pair of shorts. You just can't get them wet. No, I don't know. Millions of Americans are suffering with acne, and it never fails. Breakouts happen when you least expect it or need it to, right? Well, today, Genevieve Gorder shows us a new home therapy that's changing the game. Here's America's Steals and Gales.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
Oh, guys, today I have a fantastic product from a brand you all love so much. Anytime I bring you something from the Solar Wave line, it flies off the shelf. So get ready. You want to get this before it's gone. This is called By Acne. It's an at-home skincare tool that combines 2 technologies to fight your breakouts. Here's how it works. Now, we've all been there. You wake up on that important day, you look in the mirror, and there it is. It's a blemish. Don't touch it. You'll make it worse, is what they all say, right? Instead, grab your By Acne and you just place it over the blemish. And in just 3 minutes, you're fighting that breakout. 1 to 3 sessions, you guys. That's all it takes. You can sit on your couch, watch TV, and do this at the same time. By Acne uses blue and red light therapy to combat breakouts. It really works. Let's not forget, adult acne is a real thing. It doesn't always just stop after high school. And teens, I have a teenage daughter, and there's a lot of talk about pimples and redness, uneven complexion. We all put our skin through it. Stress, makeup, pollution. We can all break out, and By Acne is FDA cleared, pain-free, and science-backed. It's non-invasive, and today we're offering you such a good one. 30% off the Solar Wave By Acne. We can all take just 3 minutes to feel better about our skin. Why wouldn't you do it? Go to asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Taking a live look now over the Inner Harbor on this weather alert morning for you here. We're watching for a chance of flooding following the heavy rain.
Good morning to all of you on this Tuesday, September 6th. It is the first day back to school for some. I just talked to my daughter and FaceTime and saw her off to school on the school bus. She's fine. She's good.
Very excited about it?
Yeah, as excited as she could be leaving summer and heading into school. But
umbrella and everything? Was it raining?
It was drizzling some. Okay. Dad had her at the bus stop, but she had on a sweatshirt over top of her, clothes, so she was fine. But it's back to school time.
Yeah, it is.
And it's a rainy, kind of miserable day for the back to school. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax is here, and it's not fun for the kids, but we are talking about serious flooding that could happen, so there's that.
Yeah, I'm sure, especially for the kids starting off the year today, they don't want to start with the rain, but that's what we have. And the good news is the entire day won't be a washout. In fact, some areas are starting to see that rain taper, especially as we look west. We did have a couple of areas under a flood warning. That has been canceled. Now we're seeing that heavy rain move to our northeast and out of our area. Many of us now dealing with some light, even moderate rain, but things will gradually taper as we head later into the morning and into the early afternoon. So that's the good news. Overcast right now over Baltimore, no longer picking up on those showers. Temperatures sit at 72. We are still dealing with reduced visibility, though. That number is down to 2 miles. Winds are out of the north around 7 miles. Temperatures across the rest of the state are in the low to mid 70s. We really haven't seen much warming this morning, but heading into the afternoon, we're actually looking at highs in the low 80s. That's going to keep us below average for this time of year, but we've got warmer weather on the way coming this weekend, along with drier air moving in. I'll let you know just when to expect the rain to end and how high temperatures get this weekend coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Now on Capitol Hill this morning, the Senate back in session after a month-long recess, and they've only got a couple weeks to pass a new federal budget.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar is joining us live from the Hill. And Atra, in this year's budget battle, they're trying to codify same-sex marriage. That's a top priority. They've got a lot going on. Let's talk about what's at stake here.
Yeah, good morning, Tom and Patrice. So since the Supreme Court decision on Dobbs overturned Roe v. Wade, Democrats have been taking cues from Justice Clarence Thomas's opinion that suggested the court should revisit cases that protected rights like access to contraception and protections for same-sex marriage. So what does that have to do with the federal budget? Well, Congress has to pass a spending bill by September 30th to keep the federal government running. So there's talk among Democrats of attaching a provision that codifies marriage equality. A bill to do that, the Respect for Marriage Act, already passed in the House with dozens of Republicans joining Democrats in voting yes earlier this year. But Republicans in the Senate appear far less likely to get behind it. So that's perhaps why the budget might be the most realistic route for Democrats to get that passed. Now, other provisions Democrats may also tack onto a budget deal include more aid to Ukraine, COVID and monkeypox relief funding, and also energy permitting reforms that are really strongly supported and pushed by moderate Democratic Senator Joe Manchin.
Now, Atra, with the midterm elections 9 weeks out, President Biden spent his Labor Day doubling down on a new messaging strategy against what he calls MAGA Republicans in the battleground states of Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Should we expect more of what critics are calling divisive rhetoric in the coming weeks?
Well, it's very likely because the White House is tying what they say is a threat to American democracy to a reason for Americans to get out and vote in November, in exactly 9 weeks from today, and also linking Republican Senate candidates like Ron Johnson in Wisconsin and Mehmet Oz of Pennsylvania to former President Trump. Now, the Democratic lieutenant governors of both of those states, Mandela Barnes of Wisconsin, John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, are in heated races against those Republicans to take back seats currently held by the GOP. Now, following some legislative wins and polls showing that Barnes and Fetterman have some decent leads, it's possible the president feels he's got the cover to go ahead with this bolder, sometimes controversial messaging, going after these so-called MAGA Republicans in an effort to win over independents who feel alienated in the current GOP. But like you implied, Republicans are hitting it back, calling that language divisive. Back to you.
Atra Al-Nashar on Capitol Hill. Thank you.
Well, today's number of the day asked voters to rate their personal finances. Just 23% say theirs are getting better. A Scott Rasmussen national survey finds 40% say their personal finances are getting worse. The remainder of those polled say they're staying about the same.
9:05 now in Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. And after a long Labor Day weekend, thousands of students are back in the classroom.
Harford County and Carroll County schools just starting their first day of class today. Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Howard County, those schools all started last week.
Now we have live team coverage for you this morning. Olivia Dance, live from Carroll County with the impacts the national teacher shortage is having there.
But we begin with Shannon Lilly, who is in Harford County, with how that district is filling their teacher vacancies, and lots of kids trying to scramble in out of the rain, Shannon.
They are, Patrice. In fact, this is all part of the Million Father March. So what this is, dads, brothers, uncles, they're all coming, walking their kids to school. We made our way from Aberdeen High School over right here to Bakersfield Elementary School. There's a long line of parents walking in the rain. They came despite the rain. I'm actually joined right now by one of these dads who's going to speak with us this morning. This is Josh. Josh, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I am great. So we want to know why you decided to come out despite the rain. You're a dad of 4, right? We have 3 right here, but you decided to come out even though it's pouring right now.
It's all about the community and the kids. You know, I try to do my best with spend as much time with them as I can. I work long hours. I work all the way in Virginia. So I was able to get off to do this with them today, being that my youngest starts kindergarten, and just try to spend time with them.
And that is such a huge deal. Tell us your kids. So we have a kindergartner right here.
Kindergarten, 1st grade, 3rd grade, and my oldest just started 6th grade.
Oh my word. So talk about, having the kindergartner, first time going to school. Then we have a 6th grader who's starting middle school for the first time. What's that like for you as a parent?
It's a proud moment, just watching them grow. I try to be involved in everything they do with their sports. We got football players, we got soccer players, club level soccer, and it's just try to enjoy everything they have, because sooner or later they're going to grow up and move out, and then you won't have it.
Very true. Try to, cherish the moments while you have it, right? And going along with that, Million Father March, it's all about getting dads more involved in the elementary school and in their kids' lives. Do you think that that's important?
It's very important, especially at a young age. It's when they're learning and adapting and things like that. This is the 3rd march I've been in. 5 years ago when we moved up here, I did it. A few years back, I did it with my daughter here, and then this is the 3rd year, so try to keep it going.
Yep, 3rd year and keep it going. Well, Josh, thank you so much. So nice to meet you. So nice to meet all of you guys. Great. Good luck for your first day of school, and I hope you guys have a great first day. Again, Patrice, Tom, so much excitement out here, and really just such a fabulous way to start the school year.
Yeah, pretty cool having their dad walk them to school, taking the day off and everything.
I know. All right, thank you.
Well, just like Harford County, Carroll County schools are feeling the impact of the national teacher shortage and filling those open positions, main priority going into this new school year.
That's right. Olivia Dance is continuing our live team coverage from East Middle School in Westminster. She's got more on what they're doing to combat the teacher shortage issue. Olivia, good morning.
Good morning, Tom and Patrice. The first day of classes are underway here at East Middle School. They started at 8 this morning, and the district says their priority this year is making sure all positions are filled. Like so many other districts, Carroll County schools are also feeling the impact of the national teacher shortage. As of last Friday, they still had 8 classroom vacancies, but I'm told that they have someone focusing solely on employee recruitment. They also are dealing with a bus driver shortage, but the district tells me that they have a plan in place to ensure that all students will be picked up today. And earlier this morning, I spoke with the president of the Board of Education about those vacancies.
I hope we keep filling the spots. We don't see it as an issue in school today. We're close enough to full to keep the students smaller classes and all teachers in class.
Now, every student will have a teacher or a permanent sub for the first day today. Back to you.
Olivia, you said that someone is focusing solely on filling those vacant positions. They have a person for that, but what else are they doing to try to address this shortage?
Yeah, Patrice, great question. The district tells me that they're hosting job fairs, they're increasing advertising, and they're also talking with students who have expressed interest in teaching. For now, reporting live in Westminster, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, Fox 45 is your back-to-school headquarters, and we're committed to investigating any problems your kids run into this year, from the teacher shortages to the lack of bus drivers or crossing guards. Call our news tip line, the number there on your screen. You can also send us an email, or you can chime in with your concerns.
Oh, 9:10 is the time, and yeah, weather alert. We want to get another check with your traffic and your weather.
That's right. We've got meteorologist Jasmine Lomax looking at the rain coming in and the problems it's causing.
Yeah, we've seen some issues on the roads. We've also seen some low visibility, and that has led to other issues. But notice that the heavy rain that we had a few hours ago is continuing to move to the northeast and out of the state. Still, we've got some areas with rain and a couple of pockets of heavy rain across the state. However, where we had that flood warning earlier on, that area not seeing much rain, actually starting to see that taper. So as we look farther west, things look better, but we are going to be in for a drier forecast as we head into the early afternoon. Currently, we sit at 72 with cloudy skies and winds out of the north-northwest around 7 miles per hour. Visibility now starting to increase, that number at 4 miles. Across the state, temperatures are in the 70s for most of us. Those numbers are heading to the 80s. So if you've been waiting for a warm up that's coming this weekend, along with the drier weather, I'll break down the timing of the rain today and when we finally dry out coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
The Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys is so Baltimore.
Young men being greeted by more than 200 men wearing business suits. The Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark also in a suit this morning in Northeast Baltimore, learning more all about this. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, guys. Again, with the operator of this amazing facility. And, so Edwin, in addition, this has been an amazing morning, first of all. But it kind of like goes against all of the imaging that we see. I just met your parents, right? Mm-hmm. I just saw over 200 guys in suits here at your school. I saw the young people coming in, orderly. And so talk to us about that, as far as having an educational facility here in Baltimore that faces many challenges. How have you been able to succeed, and what are some tips to keep it going?
Well, the most important element of all children's education, I believe, are their parents. Okay? And one of the things that's been really great about us is we have parents that have been devoted to Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys. They bring their sons here looking for the leadership that we're going to provide their sons. They're looking for us to help make their sons gentlemen. Okay? And that's what we promise them. We call our gentlemen collegiate gents. And when they finish, we call them scholars, but while they're here, they're collegiate gents because we're pouring into them the discipline that it takes. We're pouring into them the hope, the vision, the dreams. We're really pushing them to achieve, and the parents can tell that. But they also know that we're going to challenge their sons the way they've never been challenged before, because we know in order to get them ready to move forward in life, to become the engineers, to become the mayors, to become the doctors that we need in our community, that they have to take their game up. And so we have outstanding teachers, we have outstanding leadership from our principal, our assistant principal, our entire staff is dedicated to pouring into these boys.
Well, a great job. And again, so this school has about 480 students, 4th grade to 8th grade, preparing them for high school, which is a crucial age. Thank you for all you're doing. Continued success.
No, thank you.
All right, guys. Thanks, guys.
All right. Mark. They got a lot good going on there. If you want more information about it, you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Hey, boil water advisory in West Baltimore. What citizens need to know about water contamination in that area.
And heavy rainfall in Rhode Island causes a building to collapse. How the wild weather impacted the areas all around that building. 9:14, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
At this time, we do not know the source of the contamination, but I can assure you that we are working actively to determine the exact extent of the issue, identify the source, and resume the delivery of clean water to our residents in the impacted area.
New information just into the Live Center this morning. We are learning more about the boil water advisory in place for much of West Baltimore. The Department of Public Works found that the water was contaminated with E. coli during a routine test. Well, now we've learned that crews will be distributing fresh bottled water at 3 new locations beginning at 11 this morning. They are Harlem Park Elementary Middle School, Middle Branch Park on Waterview Avenue, and the Lansdowne Library. Some jugs will be provided, but residents and facilities needing water are encouraged to bring their own containers. Right now, the source of the water contamination is not clear. The Department of Public Works says the impacted areas are continuously being flushed and water assessments are underway. Health officials say you should boil water for at least a minute and then also get rid of any water you have already had stored in your home. In response to all of this, Baltimore City Schools say they'll be preparing meals off-site at the 6 schools you see there on your screen. Hand sanitizer and bottled water will also be provided for staff and students. According to the City Schools website, these precautions will be in place until the issue is fully resolved. And in a tweet, Governor Larry Hogan says the State Department of the Environment is also assisting Baltimore in fixing the E. coli contamination problem.
We're taking a live look now over the Inner Harbor and Towson this morning as this heavy rain continues.
Oh, it's just messy out there. This morning, we're in weather alert mode for the chance of severe flooding. But before we get a check on our weather, let's take a look at severe weather hitting other parts of the country. Heavy rain and flash flooding causing a building to collapse in Providence, Rhode Island. Look at what's left there.
Yeah, that same weather causing many streets and highways to be shut down around that area. Officials say the part of the building that collapsed was under construction, was not occupied at the time, so no injuries were reported.
Let's get over to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax now. She's got a look at our forecast. Jasmine.
Yeah, right now we're keeping track on the HD radar, and we are seeing that heavy rain continue to push out of our area and toward the northeast. But notice around the Baltimore area, we've got a little bit of light rain that continues south. Then farther west, we're actually seeing drier conditions, and all of our flood alerts have been canceled. So the flood watch that was in place for Baltimore and the surrounding counties has been canceled, and that flood warning has also been canceled. Temperatures currently sit at 72 with overcast skies. Winds are out of the north-northwest around 7 miles. We're still dealing with that reduced visibility. That's down to 4 miles. It's actually up from 1 mile about an hour ago. Across the state, we're seeing those temperatures in the low to mid 70s. Not too bad for those temperatures, but we do have warm up coming our way this afternoon. Highs will reach the upper 70s and the low 80s. That's going to keep us below average, but we've got even lower numbers coming tomorrow, along with another chance for showers. Today, though, the rain continues to taper as we get closer to noon. After that, we're expecting mostly cloudy skies. Those last into the afternoon hours, and as the kids are heading home from school, still dealing with dry conditions and mostly cloudy skies. Overnight, there is the chance for a couple of scattered showers. These continue as we head into the morning tomorrow, so some areas could be waking up to some light rain and possibly wet roads, but your commute shouldn't be as bad as it was this morning. Showers will continue to be scattered throughout the day. Not everyone will see rain, but still make sure to keep an eye on the radar if you're planning to be outside at all. Thursday looks to be drier, although we could start with a few showers very early in the morning. Meanwhile, in the Atlantic Basin, we're keeping watch on Danielle, which is expected to remain over the open Atlantic. It won't be a threat to land. Then we're keeping watch on Earl. That system also is expected to remain over the open Atlantic. It could have effects on Bermuda, but no local impacts from that system. Meanwhile, things are starting to heat up in the Atlantic Basin. We're keeping watch on 2 areas. The first in orange is for a wave that has a medium chance of formation over the next 2 days and over the next 5 days. Then the area in yellow has a low chance of formation over the next 2 and 5 days. So those are still well away from us, but those are areas to monitor, especially as we get closer to the peak of hurricane season. 82 for the high temperature today. That rain continues through midday. Then we stay mostly cloudy after that. 78 for the high tomorrow, one of the lowest temperatures we've had in a while. Then we're back to the 80s on Thursday, and as we finish out the week, we stay mostly dry, but we have the chance for showers next week. Back to you.
All right, let's take a look at the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. And as we look at our drive times, they've been above average all throughout this morning. That wet rain out there, slick roads is causing problems. So give yourself some time as you head out.
Now, a suspect is charged in the abduction of a missing teacher in Tennessee. More on the whereabouts of the woman as the search continues.
Harford County students are starting their school year today, and coming up, we're live right here at Bakerfield Elementary School. You can feel the excitement, and we'll tell you how the district has prepared to make this day a success.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
$9.25, and that's right, you see it right there, Creature Feature, from elephants to this guy. Yeah, every month we have a Creature Feature spotlight, and we share with you a new animal and highlight the attributes and the fun facts about it. Jenny Egan with the Maryland Zoo has a lesser hedgehog tenrec. That's what it is.
Yep.
But you say the very first thing, it's not a hedgehog.
Correct. So hedgehog is in the name, not a hedgehog, not even closely
It's just
related
to be confusing for everybody?
It's just to make things confusing.
Okay.
They not only look like hedgehogs, but they also kind of act like them. They eat very similar things. So they have really sharp teeth, really poor eyesight, but these guys are actually just related to like golden moles and shrews.
Gotcha.
And so not hedgehogs at all.
Yeah, if you can see the facial structure right there when you say shrew, that kind of makes sense there because you've got that longer snout right there. So you think smell would be one of their biggest attributes.
Exactly. So smell is, and then also they've got those really big ears to be able to hear insects rustling in the leaves. So these guys out in the wild, they'll eat insects, so beetles, things with really hard shells because they have really sharp teeth.
Fully grown, and how old do they get?
So Mosi here is 9 years old. Out in human care, they can live to be 12, which is fairly old for a small little animal. But he is 9 currently. Out in the wild, it would be a bit shorter because obviously they have predators to worry about.
So he's already passed midlife crisis. He's done all that.
He's been there, done that.
Yeah, okay. So he's already got the convertible and everything.
Yeah.
All right, so then Mosi, though, sharp nails. You were saying that, which was interesting, is you said that they are actually very good climbers?
They are really good climbers. So they're arboreal terrestrial, which is just really big words for lives on the ground and in trees. So they're really, really good climbers. They'll be seen out in Madagascar, hanging out in trees.
Yeah.
Out at the zoo, they've got climbing structures that they go on, and things like that.
Last question for you then, for everyone out there going, oh my goodness, Mosi's so cute and everything. I really want to take him home and have him as a pet.
Yeah, so these guys do not make the best pets, and that is simply because they're nocturnal.
They're not friendly. How many times have you been bit since we've been here?
I've not been bit once, okay?
Well, I mean, he's nibbled at you a couple times.
But he has a really good sense of smell. So they don't make very good pets. We like to say at the zoo, any pet that you're going to get, no matter what it is, please, please, please do your research.
Yeah.
These guys will be running on wheels while you're trying to sleep, and it's typically not very good.
That's not fun. No.
No.
Jenny Egan with Maryland Zoo, always bringing us some great things. Hedgehog in the name, but it's not a hedgehog.
Not a hedgehog.
Man,
Lesser tenrec.
Yeah, he's got some anxiety right there. Called a hedgehog, looks like a hedgehog, but he's not.
Yep.
Lesser tenrec. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Do they like rain?
I'm not sure about the rain.
Okay, well, I'm not sure about the rain either. We're getting a lot of it today.
We are.
Yeah, scattered showers this morning and risk for possible flooding. Jasmine Lomax, a meteorologist in her name, and she is a meteorologist, on how much more we should expect for the rest of the day.
It's the first day of school for Carroll County students. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll tell you what to expect for this school year.
9:40 on this Tuesday morning, making your headlines. In Ocean City, police are looking for at least 4 men in connection with the shooting just off the boardwalk.
That's right. Police said that shooting happened right near North Division Street after a brief fight. Officers released surveillance footage showing who they believe are the 4 suspects. This was taken just after 2:30 yesterday morning during the busy Labor Day weekend. Anyone with information is asked to call Ocean City Police.
The second week, the Maryland State Fair saw plenty of activity, including a report of some fights that broke out.
A fair official tells Fox 45 News there were some fights, but nothing too serious.
For the most part, it was mostly kids, and they were fighting, and the police got there and just broke them up. As far as I know, there was nobody hurt.
Well, Fox 45 News reached out to Baltimore County Police to find out if there were any arrests at the fair Saturday night.
Police did confirm, quote, several disturbances and an assault, but they would not confirm whether or not any arrests were made. Police say the investigation into the assault is ongoing. Afloat in a freezer, the amazing story of a man who survived all alone in the ocean, except for the sharks. And drink tea like an adult, the flyest Black-owned tea company that will change your life. 9:41, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. A little hip hop tea going on here. Trending now. Steps to a healthier lifestyle could be as easy as adding a cup of tea to your diet. A new study suggests tea drinkers can enjoy possible health benefits. Maryland native, herbalist, and founder of Flyest Tea, Shanae Jones, is joining us to talk about the teas and the health benefits and why I should be switching from my 1 cup of coffee a day over to tea.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, pinky promise.
Pinky promise. Oh, she got me there. All right, I'm going to have to give it a try now. But you have one called Not Coffee,
Right.
so that might be the one to try.
Yes. So,
all right, so tell me about that one.
So it's a blend of chicory root and other spices. We've got vanilla, allspice, cinnamon, just to kind of
well,
give
that sounds good.
Yes, exactly. But chicory root is a very popular substitute for coffee, mainly because it has a little bit of that bitter taste that you get from coffee. Looks like coffee, smells like coffee.
But is it going to give me the
yes
the get up and go like coffee?
You want me to give you a little science details. Okay, so, you know, way back in the day before we had Snickers, people would eat roots when they wanted something energizing. You know, they didn't have refined white sugar. So think about it, like carrots, beets. Those are some roots that we eat that actually are pretty sweet and sugary. So that's the thinking that we're behind chicory root. It's got a nice little sweet taste, kind of like coffee. Give you that energy, keep you going.
And that's what's in this one?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so can I pour some?
You sure can.
I can pour a little. All right, so tell me about health benefits. Why are we doing tea?
Well, the main reason for tea.
There we go. Oh, no, I can't do that. I'm a Delta girl. Sorry about that.
The main reason for switching to tea would be to take advantage of those medicinal benefits in plants. You know, we've got chamomile, which has like volatile oils that help relax our bodies.
Oh, it smells good.
See, I told you. And we were talking about antioxidants, just other things that we don't get in our natural diets from like eating foods, just because we're busy and we're eating a lot of different things, but sometimes you can actually get those added benefits just from drinking a cup of tea.
That is really good. And there's nothing in it. There's no sugar. We were talking about, I use stevia. There's nothing. I mean, you say you usually put in the honey, and there's nothing.
Absolutely.
You can drink this plain, and this is delicious.
Thank you. That makes me smile so big. Thank you.
All right. So what's your favorite? What do you use to get going? And you know what? I guess tea's not just to get you going. This you can have it throughout the day, like you were saying, the chamomile. I mean, for different reasons, different things.
My absolute favorite tea to drink in the morning is cream. It is a peppermint tea. Peppermint is actually, like, we use it for like a cooling effect, but it actually has a stimulating effect on the body. So it does get your body moving. So that's what I drink first thing in the morning. If I'm having a rough day or I know I'm having a lot of meetings, I'll start with a chamomile tea. A lot of people say, won't the chamomile make you sleepy? Yes, but part of being a grown-up is knowing when you're going to have a rough day. So before the day gets rough, you take the things that are going to keep you calm. This way you don't snap.
Exactly. Oh, look, I do that in the makeup room every morning. I have my Zen moments. So where do people get these products?
Oh, you can find us all over on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, you name it. But you can always find us over at drinkflyest.com.
Drinkflyest.com.
Yes.
I'm going to have to get one of these not coffees. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
9:47, and now we want to go to some wicked weather. South Korea, thousands evacuated as a typhoon hit southern parts of the country with heavy rain and some strong winds. In fact, large waves were seen crashing into seawalls and over those seawalls, leaving flooded roads, broken fences in the aftermath. According to the officials there, one person died after being swept away while trying to evacuate. Typhoon has forced hundreds of flight cancellations, suspension of business operations, and school closings. This was the most powerful typhoon to hit the Korean peninsula in years. Closer to home, heavy rain set off flooding across parts of the Northeast, including Rhode Island and southeast Massachusetts. In Providence, parts of 95 corridor were closed both directions. You see it right here as crews were working to clear the clogged drains along the highway. Heavy rain comes after much of the country dealt with severe drought conditions all summer long. We are in weather alert here in the Baltimore region this morning due to the threat of flooding from the heavy rain that started falling early this morning. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax has a look at our forecast and it looks like it's moving out.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. We are getting a break from that rain. Many areas starting to dry out, especially as we look to the west where we did have some issues with flooding. That heavy rain that impacted us earlier this morning is starting to move to the northeast and out of our area. We're still left with a few showers in some areas of light to moderate rain, but things are starting to improve, and this will continue over the next few hours. Even though we're not seeing much rain, we still have gray and gloomy conditions over the harbor. You really can't see much in the distance. We've got overcast skies and temperatures around 73. Visibility is starting to improve. That number now at 6 miles. Winds are out of the northwest around 7 miles per hour. Temperatures across the state are mainly in the 70s. Those numbers have been slow to rise, but we are looking at warmer temperatures heading into the afternoon, especially as that rain continues to taper. Highs will reach the low 80s and the upper 70s in some areas, keeping us below average. Tomorrow, though, temperatures get even lower with another chance for rain. Notice as we get closer to lunchtime, things start to improve. We're talking mostly cloudy skies with a few lingering showers across the eastern shore and some heavy rain even farther east. Then around 3 p.m. as kids head home from school, we're looking at dry weather and your evening commute looks much better. Around 9 p.m., though, we do have the chance for a few showers. These will continue off and on overnight and then into the day on Wednesday. Some could be waking up to wet roads and areas of light rain, but the commute looks much better than it did this morning. By the afternoon, we're still tracking scattered showers. These continue off and on as we head into the night. We could start Thursday morning with a few areas of rain, but later in the day will dry out and things look much better heading into the weekend. We're keeping watch on the Atlantic Basin. We're getting closer and closer to the peak of hurricane season, and it's pretty active. We're watching Danielle. That system continues to linger over the open Atlantic. We're also keeping watch on Earl. That's expected to remain in the open Atlantic and will not be a threat to the United States. We're also watching two areas that have the chance of formation. The one in orange has a medium chance of formation over the next 2 and 5 days, while the one in yellow has a low chance of formation. But those are areas to watch. 82 for the high temperature today. The rain continues through midday. Then we stay mostly dry and cloudy after that. By Wednesday, temperatures only reaching the 70s. Then we're back to the 80s on Thursday. We dry out over the weekend. Then next week, we've got the chance for more rain. Back to you.
4, 1.
Take a look at this. SpaceX launched its Falcon 9 rocket late Sunday night. The rocket is carrying another round of more than 50 Starlink internet satellites. It is the 6th launch by SpaceX this month.
And NASA's first moon mission in 50 years delayed for a second time this weekend after dangerous hydrogen leak. The rocket needed to be rolled off of its launch pad to fix the problem. Another launch date is not yet confirmed.
All right, talking to your plants might help your mental health.
Well, at least there's a survey that says it. More than 1,200 plant parents, they're called, participated in the recent survey asking how often they talk to their plants. Now, nearly 50% admitted that they do. But get this, 62% says it helps them feel happier, which means 12% are lying.
So wait a minute. So it makes them, the person, feel happier, or the plant feel happier? What are we trying to accomplish here?
I mean, a real parent would know.
All right, so a Japanese study also found that having a plant in your office space can improve your mental health. I've got 3. No, I've got 4. I don't know what
Is it working? Yeah, what does it mean?
I don't know. I have 4.
You do have 4.
I do.
I had 1 for a while. Now you've got them all.
All right, so if you add a small plant to your desk decor, it can help you with anxiety.
The stress at work. See that? 4. Do you need another one? Are you good?
No, I just got some tea,
okay,
so I'm
you're
going to have
good.
that tea with it.
You're drinking your plants now. All right. Amazing story now of survival. Brazilian man floats in a freezer in the ocean for 11 days before being rescued.
He needs a plant.
He does need a plant to talk to.
Oh, that's not it. He doesn't. He needs to get out of the ocean. He's out of the ocean, so that's the good news here.